Welcome everybody to our opening event here. We have a cluster of the lineup. It's also a little bit of a longer meetup. We have two of the talks. We have for a small warm-up training event for the one that is coming in 2 days in Graz, which is a really nice event that you also should check out online. And I want to quickly give us an overview of the lineup. We have 4 talks, 10 minutes breaks. We have a longer break for some pizza. Daniel is second time on stage. I would say that alone is a full success to have like someone that has just talked recently and does the second one. I love it. We have Stimer, you are, I believe, the first time on stage here. Yes. That is another really good thing. We have Manfred, an all-time favorite speaker, also organizer of the Straße event, and then we have Matthieu from the Angular team. Sponsors, as always, the Angular Austria Association. We have a little bit of swag here, some hoodies. We have a link to that, so I'm not sure if I put the link to good enough to do more, or should I do it while you're ready?
Continue the slide and I will do the quick
Ah, you have the slides. Push Fest, of course, we are happy to host and organize that. Thanks to Alex for doing all the video work. And we have stuff to give away. We have, as always, JetBrains licenses, some t-shirts, and some hoodies. Before we go to the first talk, maybe you want to...
Yeah, I just also want to welcome everybody on behalf of the coders. All right. So I just want to welcome you on behalf of the coders on the I don't know how many times we have been hosting this, but it's always a pleasure to host it together with Pushpix guys who organized the meetup in Vienna. I just want to give a quick overview of the house rules or some info about the location for all the people that are here for the first time. If you need the matrix code, just go to the end of the hall and it's there. As Michael already said, we will have a quick break after the second talk, where we have, or a bit of a longer break, where we will have pizza. Drinks are on us. We are in the social room. It's down the hall and to the left. I guess most of you have already been there. There's other companies in the space as well, so please be respectful with the property and all the furniture. We are filming this. I'm taking pictures. So yeah, and behind this one is the same, right? It's the same. The last thing I want to bring menu or emphasize is let's not create more ways, special things for the things, maybe small bubbles. Thank you, and I will make it to the test.
But yeah, so let's start with the non-important stuff. So who am I? I'm a developer at the Aqua Healthcare company. It's in Vienna. You might know Aqua from the film stocks they were producing back in the day. They were very cool, so they are not doing it anymore. But still, the healthcare division is alive, and we are developing applications for doctors, for radiologists, cardiologists, and so on and so on. You good?
Yep, we're good.
All right. So, since the time is limited, there's going to be 3 hacks for today. And as another disclaimer, these hacks are nothing that you should follow. These are absolute terrible examples. Every single hack that I will show have a solution in the Angular framework. It's nothing that you have to do. It's just we were short on time, everything was on fire, and so on and so on. We had to come up with some very stupid things, and this is what I want to show. But these are not solutions that you should look forward. So just as a disclaimer. So we will talk about lifecycle hooks for services, because there isn't too many, just the ng and destroy. We're gonna talk about injection token factory with dependency injection. So whenever you are creating an injection token, you have to manually provide all the dependencies, but you can actually use a hack to circumvent this. And the for root for child pattern is not anymore available for standalone components because it's returning a module with providers, but we will see a hack for that too. So let's start with the custom lifecycle hooks for services. This is a, you know, components have a lot of lifecycle hooks. ng on init, ng after unit, ng on destroy. We all use it, right? It's a common sense. But do we have anything for services? Do you know any lifecycle hook? Sorry? ng on destroy, right? ng on destroy is available for services, but there are some caveats. Because even though you can implement ng on destroy and use it, it's not necessary that your service is going to be anytime soon destroyed, right? So for example, let's take this example. You have a service, which is, as you can see here, it's not provided in the root. And then you have a service, which is provided in the root. They are extremely useful services because they are console logging A or B, right? This is what every customer needs. And then you have a component. In the component, you actually provide your service, right? So even though it's not provided in the root, it's provided in the component. And then you inject the service and then do whatever you want, right? But then afterwards, suddenly a meteorist strikes your your component and dinosaurs. Everybody is yelling and dying. And then in that particular case, when the component is destroyed, what is going to be printed and in what order? Does anybody have a guess? Yes?
Only A.
Only A? Yes. Well, actually, none of them. None. So now the question is why nothing is going to get printed. The reason is even though I provided the service here, but when you are defining something in the providers array, you are actually just providing a receipt for Angular what to do whenever somebody is injecting that class. And whenever you have an injection for that class, it's instantiating it. But if you're not instantiating it, the engine destroy will never get called, right? So that's something that you have to take care. And if it's provided in the root, or if it's provided in a module or in the platform, then it's never going to get destroyed. The engine destroy will never get called. So this is why nothing is printed out, even though the component was destroyed by a meteorite. So how you should tackle life cycles in services, because there are solutions actually. Well, and why would you like to have life cycles in services, right? Because you are doing something wrong. Because you are putting a lot of subscription into services, you are putting a bunch of code in services that needs setup and needs tear down. Well, that's the first thing. You shouldn't do it. So the solution for it is just a technical adapt and refactor, right? To move the subscriptions to components, use the async pipe to subscribe to stuff, extract the state to signal store so there is no state anymore in your services and so on. This is the good solution, right? You can also provide your service in a component. So in a component, whenever you use a service, you can use the constructor for basically the initialization and the ng destroy whenever the component is destroyed. And you can also refuse to collaborate with the framework and have something together which is avoiding any sort of long-term solution, right? So we're going to only focus on the fourth today, nothing else. So why I went to the fourth way? Why was it necessary for us? It wasn't. It was just there was so much work to do it correctly, and we needed to do it very fast for a customer because the application was misbehaving due to a lot of memory leaks and so on and so on. It was a time to hack something in 2 days instead of properly doing it. But even though I will show you the hack how to resolve this issue, this is already gone from our code. So it's no longer there. We finally had the time to do it nicely. But have to do it. And have another example. So you have this component, basically an orchestrator to have everything in the constructor to be injected. We are still kind of have this constructor-based injection almost everywhere. And then whenever you have the ng init or ng destroy, you are calling the init function and the destroy functions on services, right? I see this pattern in many cases. People are doing it actually a lot of time. It's kind of one way to do it, right? This is how it was before in our code. And then I was thinking like, okay, you had this ng init and ng destroy. It would be so cool to have something similar in services, right? So I don't have to inject all my services and call init and destroy whenever something is, to have the same functionality, right? You can also have a service for it, right? You can have, for example, in this particular case, you have the services, and then you are binding the same thing to the WebSocket. For example, when you have a WebSocket open and close, you are calling the init on all the services, and whenever the WebSocket connection is lost, basically you lost the session, you call the destroy on all of these services. This is how it was before in our application. And then I was thinking that maybe this on session start and on session end, which is basically the orchestrator of our lifecycle for our services, it would be so cool to have the same thing with just a session of your lifecycle and a session of your interface that the service is just implementing, and then you are implementing your session start and your session end. You put all those very bad patterns that you are already using in your code, for example, initializing subscriptions, obviously in services, no, shouldn't, and then unsubscribing and so on and so on and so on. So it would look like something like this. You have a service implements a session where you have the on session start, on session end. That's all, like with the ng on init, right? ng on distro. It would be so cool to have something like that. So let's talk about how the injector creates the services, because it's going to be important to understand the requirements and also the where and how to hook lifecycles into it. So you have the injector, and then when if it's an environment injector, it's actually an R3 injector. It's called like that. And there are two things that is not exposed in the main injector interface, but it's going to be important for us. In an R3 injector, there is the records. The records actually is like a map of all the receipts, what to do with an injection token, what to do with them, and then also it's a record for the instances which is relating to the provider token. And then there is the hydrate function, which has nothing to do with Angular's hydration mechanism. This is just the hydration of the service or any sort of provided class value or whatever. So hydrate is called whenever there is an inject called on one of your service or one of your provided tokens. So instead of doing the one by one, have to implement what was the caveats, details, and so on, let's just jump to the solution directly. So a solution for us was something like that. It's a bit different, but it's kind of has the concept in it. So there is the session start, session end. These functions can be called by whatever. It doesn't matter. These can be called by the WebSocket. These can be called by a component. It doesn't really matter. But the whole thing is that it's getting the session aware services and then looping through and calling the session start. And on the session end, it's doing the same, just calling the session end. But how to get the session aware services? You actually get the injector. You get the records from the injector, and then you loop through on all the records to see if there is an instance already. And if there is an instance already injected, then you check if this is session aware. And if it's a session aware, then you are calling the on session start or the on session end, right? To check if something is session aware, it's just checking if it has the on session start and on session end property, basically as a JavaScript object. So that's one part, right? But the problem with that is that it only works for the already instantiated services. So what about services that you are trying to lazily load, right? Because we don't want to mess up the lazy loading functionalities of a root injected service, right? You would still want to have tree shakeable services. So for that, there is another mechanism in this whole system, which actually again gets the injector and is doing the worst thing humanly possible, monkey patching the hibernate function of the injector itself. And what it's doing, it's checking what is the record value currently on the injector, and then afterwards calls the original hydrate function from the injector, and then checks if the record value is the same or it's different than the hydrated class. Because if so, that it means that this is now got instantiated, and we are we are basically in the on session start. So the session has already started. So basically, it checks if the newly instantiated service is also a session aware one, and if it is, then it's calling the on session start. So what we have now is that we have basically a custom lifecycle, the on-session start and on-session end for services. You can just implement and it works out of the box. You don't have to inject them, import them, and whatever, and do all this kind of stuff. No need to call init on destroy. That's the whole thing of it. It's basically just out of the box works. You don't need to inject anymore the services, right? But it's not true. So you still need to inject them, right? Because all the injection will essentially create an instance for it. But we can have a hack for that. So how about making Angular inject the services without actually injecting them anywhere? Where you can create an initializer. This is basically an injection token. It doesn't do anything. It's just a function calling void, but it actually doesn't do anything. It doesn't matter. It can be undefined. It's provided in the root, but that's also not that interesting. So you can actually create a provider entry which is providing this initializer. It's a multi-provide, so you can provide as many as you would like. And it's basically just a factory, and the factory is depending on your service that you're not injecting anywhere. Which means that whenever the eager initializer is injected or used anywhere in your application, it will try to resolve the factory function, and the factory function will reference the dependency, and that dependency is your non-injected service, so it will create the non-injected service. So you can create services without injection. Would you use it? No, I don't know. It was just something that was funny, so I also did it, and I had like 2 hours to do it. So that's something that you can still do. Stupid hack, why would you do that? You can. So, next topic. Injection token with factory, so injection token factory with automated dependency injection. So why is it, what is the actual problem? What did I want it to solve, right? That's the first question. And actually it's something beforehand. So providing injection tokens, right? How you can provide injection tokens? You can use a modules or the application bootstrap or a components providers array. There you can define the use class, use value, use existing, or use factory functions, and then you have an injection token provided, right? You can also create like a basic factory function that whenever you're not providing it anywhere, it will essentially call the factory function on your injection token. In this factory function, there is a very strong or very, very good pattern that I see everywhere, that everybody is using the inject because it's available there, and based on that condition or service which is coming from the inject, you can actually define 2 or multiple different kind of services that you want to use based on some sort of condition. So you can basically create a factory function which on the runtime basically decides, so whenever you are inject, decides which service should be essentially used in your application. This is usually used for having an environment configuration, which is production or development, and you are using the development version of your service because you don't want to have whatever. That's usually the use case why it's being used. What is the problem with that? For me, the problem with that is that whenever you change something on service A or service B and you're still using the constructor-based injection, then you have to manually, again, go back to your factory function and change it, and you have to use the inject again, you have to have another dependency, and then you are passing the dependency to the constructor, and so on and so on and so on. It's manual labor. So whenever you're changing something, it's just you have to manually update something, and you have thousands of these tokens, and then you change again tens of dependencies, and then you manually have to update all these tokens just to make it compile. Why isn't it automatically done, or how to do it automatically, right? So what we want to avoid is the manual labor, as I told you. Manually provide things, we don't want to do that, and we want to have something which is reusable. So I don't want to create a solution for this problem for every single use case. I want to have a solution for every single use case in our code. So I don't want to manually update dependencies anymore in factory functions. Reusing the same name, quickly jumping to the solution. So what I created is this token generator. This token generator essentially is returning an injection token for you. It has the token name and the service and the provided in as options. So whenever you create the injection token, it's just forwarding all this kind of stuff. The weird thing is starting here, right? That in the factory function, you have a module. A newly defined and created module. Why would you do that? Because, yeah, not yet there, but because the modules or components or whatever, whenever you provide something in the provider's array, and then whenever you are using then the inject function, it automatically restores all the dependencies, right? That's what it does. So if you want to avoid, for example, manually doing all this kind of stuff, how about creating a proxy module, which is just here defined in this factory function? You have a provider's array, and in this provider's array, you actually pass your service, which looks like this if you think about it, that it's going to be your service which means that it's just a shorthand for the use class of your service. The use class is telling Angular that yes, I want to have a new instance of it, and then you have to deal with all the dependencies and dependency injection. So afterwards, you are creating your proxy module. You are actually using the create ng module function, which is coming from the Angular core. And then you are using the injector, which is available at that time when you are trying to first inject this token generator. And then you are getting the instance from the proxy module's injector. And then afterwards, you destroy the proxy module. You can destroy the proxy module because the injector that you are using is actually shared among all these modules. So therefore, your service will not be destroyed. You can destroy the proxy module that you just created. And here you have it. And this resolves every single dependency. You don't have to manually update anymore anything in your injection tokens. And then there is another thing which is provided in any, I think in Angular 20 or 21, it's gone, as far as I know, so it's not interesting anymore. This is interesting if provided in any means that it can be also provided into a component, right? Or anywhere, basically. And if it's a component, then the component has the lifecycle, and in the ng on destroy, you should clear up also this instance just to make sure that you're not introducing any sort of memory leak. So basically that's it. You have your injection token generator. And this token generator can be used like this. It's very easy. You just call the token generator, you pass the type, and then you pass the token name and the service, and then in your component you're just using the inject your service and whatever. And that just works out of the books. And then, yeah, this one is a hack. It's not necessary. It's not necessary anymore because you don't have to update manually the dependencies if you are not using constructor-based injection. So the solution is super easy actually in Angular. You just don't do that, and then you will not end up in this situation. But if you have thousands of services and then you are lazy, then you create some sort of stupid hack, and then that's all. And it's going to work. But the next topic. So replacement for the for-root, for-child in standalone components. So it was a pattern, or maybe still a bit of a pattern in Angular, this for-root and for-child. You basically had a module, and then you were able to call these functions, and that function was returning a module with providers. And then you were able to have settings. You were able to have services instantiated only once to make sure that they are not multiplicated whenever you are importing multiple times the same module, and so on and so on. It was very useful back in the module time. Well, we still have modules because we have a huge legacy code, so I had to come up with a solution. But we are trying to move forward to standalone components, so there needed to be a solution. So this is an old example why it was useful before, right? You basically had your library, and then you had this with config or with whatever, where you can pass, for example, an environment, and then a definition for the environment, and in the providers array, you will be able to decide which service you would like to provide based on the environment, if it's a production or development. So it's kind of the same reason why I had to do it, like the earlier example. And of course, whenever you do this, because you have libraries and whatever, and in the libraries you cannot really access the environment reliably, so you are usually creating or like providing an injection token in the application root just to have this environment readily available wherever you want to inject the environment. And then in a standalone component, if you want to reuse the same thing, so if you want to use this with config pattern with your library module, then you will have this error, right? That the module with providers value is not good anymore, it's not accepted, and likely a result of module forward style call. Yes, exactly, this is what I wanted to have. And it says that you should actually define all this kind of stuff in the application bootstrap. But what is wrong with that is that I think if in the application bootstrap you are defining all this kind of stuff, that your application bootstrap, if you have like a huge enterprise application, it's going to be very big, very hard to maintain, very hard to understand what's going on there, and also in the beginning you already compile every single thing just because you are mentioning it in the application bootstrap. It doesn't really provide you very well reshape in the future, so I didn't really like the solution that Angular provides. So the usual stuff, jumping to the same thing. So it's again the token generator. It's the same thing. This is actually available to do it with a little bit of modification. So we already saw this, right? So in this config-based token generator, it's basically almost the same as what we saw before, except that because we have a lot of like production and developer service to have a very small developer sandbox. I actually created this to have this distinction still readily available for standalone components. And in here, you actually have still the token name and your service, but you also have the other way developer version of the service, and then the rest is kind of the same. The difference is that you are providing both of them in the ng module, right? But this one is not that problematic, that providing it in application bootstrap, because this one is only running whenever you are injected first. So whenever you inject it first, you already want to have it. It doesn't matter anymore. It's properly lazy loading everything. So you are doing the same. You are creating the proxy module. You are using your two services, and based on the environment, if it's a production, it gets the production version of the service. If it's a developer, then it's injecting the developer service, and then destroying the module, right? So basically, you are not even instantiating the version that you are not even needing. It's not even there. It's nowhere. And then basically that's it. That's the same thing. You have your environment, and then you, with this method, or with this generator, you can use your services based on the environment. You can actually provide your service en route, but also provide another version of your service, and it's lazily evaluating whenever you're injecting it, and it's still on the root. So if you want to have two versions of the same, so an injection token defined, and two services provided by providing it to root, actually Angular will not allow you, right? This is not an option. And if you want to have it, this is this is the way to create an injection token, and then based on whatever it's doing its thing. But if you do that, then you manually have to update the dependencies. But with this config-based token generator, you don't have to do it anymore. So this is, again, a stupid hack, but this one is, I'm sorry to say that this might be actually useful. It's still terrible. I'm pretty sure there are better solutions for it. And there are solutions for it, right? You can just provide your stuff in the application module, and then you don't have to write any sort of crap like that. But this one is almost useful. So this one is still in our code. Don't tell the concurrences that we are doing this, but this is still in our code, and it's working fine. So, yep, usage, basically the same. You have your generator, you provide, or like you put there the production and the dev service, but you know these are just definitions, nothing else. And then you are using your service with the inject, and then basically that's it. And I was faster than expected, so we still have some time. But the whole thing is that these were the Angular hacks I had to do, so you don't have to. But since I thought it's going to take more time, it's just basically the part one, because I can actually talk like 8 hours about all this stupid crap that we did in our company. And we have actually still 10 minutes. If you want, I can still show you without the presentation some other stupid things that we did. Because, for example, this proxy module was also used somewhere else. Like, I created like a mocking solution for signal stores, and I used the same hack. This proxy module is dealing with all the dependencies, and you don't have to manually override them in a test and this kind of stuff, right? So for mocking, this is also very useful to create this proxy module and then just destroy it at the end. So that's it, yeah?
10 minutes, we have enough time, so you can show us a live coding session, how you come up with the hacks that you do. What's the thought process there? And,
No, man.
Experience. Come on. How drugs was.
All right. Thought processes is usually that we are developing something for like 2 years, like because we are developing applications for hospitals, and we have like a huge validation and everything. So we have a CI pipeline, but you develop something, and the first you see it on the customer is like it takes 2 years or so until it gets to the customer, right? So you're developing something for a very long time, and then the customer says that it's crap, and then you have like 2 weeks to fix everything, and this is when you don't want to do your 2-year-long technical debt. And then you just want to have something. So the thought process is time. It's usually that you don't want to lose a tender and this kind of stuff. But we have a very special industry, and I think this is why we are doing these scraps. But frankly, afterwards, they are all managed. So almost all. But most of them are tackled in a nice way. That's how Angular would like to have. Yes?
But have you considered using any of these approaches to make services really interchangeable, like interface-based interchangeability?
Yes.
So, but like on a nice way?
Yeah, actually.
It's an interface, and you declare somewhere that this is the interface that I want to use.
Yeah. So this code is not what we have, right? This code is just an example because it defines that you have to have a production and a developer service. So it's basically restraining your abilities to say what I want to have in general. So what is the condition based on the decision making at the end when what is injected and what not. So it doesn't look like this. It actually looks like you have functions that you are providing to this solution. And then you have an array of services, and then you have basically a function which tells the injector or tells this part, right, when it's checking what to do is based on the function that you are providing. So it's actually like more generic than this. So we have for a lot of use cases for this.
But can you make it in a way that the code is still beautiful, like use inject and then an interface, for example, and do this implicitly somewhere intercept the injector, basically? You know what I mean? You can always create an injection token to represent the interface and interchange it in the injection token. But I think this is a lot. It's like boilerplate code you produce, right?
Yeah, I don't want to define all of them one by one, right? For every single use case, this is like generic solution for everything. Not this one, but I'm showing about what we have. So maybe I misunderstood your question.
Sorry?
Maybe I misunderstood your question.
Yeah, like I would wish to do something like inject, parenthesis, and then user service, for example, and decide somewhere centrally which implementation of the user service is injected. And do this like without a function call to some like proxy service who does it, but they just have the code clean, inject, parenthesis, user service, and you do some magic that intercepts this injection.
I think it's kind of doing it. So at the end, this is how we use it, right? That you are just saying, you are defining still this config-based token generator just once, right? And then afterwards, in your component or service, you are just using the injection token on the token itself. But it's not much of a difference than using the interface. Actually, you can't reference the interface in an inject, just an abstract class.
Okay. My wish was like to get rid of this export cons your service token and all this stuff. Just do this implicitly somewhere, because you have to do a lot.
I recommend still using injection tokens because you can create like lightweighted injection tokens. So I would still recommend going with the injection token based definitions for your services, even if you only have one. It can be still beneficial.
Okay.
That's a feature request.
Yeah, it's a feature request, yeah, basically.
Yeah, I think there is somebody from Angular here.
No, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. There is a question.
What happens if you don't destroy service instances at the end of the session? Like if you don't do all this, like destroying things, and you just you injected a service for like into a component, and then there are, let's say, 10 services in the whole app. What would happen if at the end of the session those will not be destroyed as you did it? Like you, as I recognize, you destroyed component instances or service instances.
Well, if you have a service which is not provided in a component, but provided in a module or in the root, which is usually the way how you do it, because if you are providing it the root by default, then it's like very tree shakeable and so on. So it has some benefits why to do it like that. And in that particular case, if you are not, for example, if you do something in your code which is creating some sort of observables, creating some sort, actually not observables, but subscriptions, or any sort of other things that you shouldn't even do in a service, but you are doing it because that's what happened in the last 10 years since we are developing this application. Then it can happen that whenever you are starting another session or doing something else, you eventually create multiple of the subscription and it ends up in a memory leak. So that's usually the problem with non-destroyed or non-destroyed services, non-destroyed subscriptions.
What if you destroy subscriptions, like you destroy actually the subscriptions and do not destroy the service, let's say?
Yeah, so this session-aware lifecycle for services, this was actually important for us because of that reason, because we are not destroying the services. Because back in that day, we had like thousands of services in the module. And everything that you are providing in the module will never get destroyed because modules are sharing the same environment injector as all the others. So you're never gonna get destroyed services. So my solution for that, for the session-aware lifecycle, is to just basically initialize and terminate whenever you want to initialize and terminate, usually subscriptions, and clear the data whenever the session ends, and so on, and initialize the data whenever the session starts. But we were still not destroying the services. In many cases, the actual solution now in our code is that all of these services have a component that is orchestrating the lifecycle of those services. So we are not using this hack anymore.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions?
Hello, Nico here. Thanks. How would this approach compare with the solution that Angular gives? I think that it's provide a factory where you could decide which kind of instance do you want.
So let's go there. So this one you mean? I'm not this one. This one. So actually, if you are not using constructor-based injection, but you are just using the inject keyword, then you can always call your service with the new your service and parentheses, and then you don't have to put anything in the constructor, right? And then you can do the same thing. It's just you have to wrap it in that running injection context. So the solution is to not have services that still using the constructor-based injection, and then you have it, and then you can use this injection token generator without this crappy proxy module, which is just But it was there because we still had a lot of constructor-based injection.
But in the past, there was also this option to pass the dependencies, right, to the factory itself.
Yes, it was actually always there. But I think the main use, so the main solution for it was really this, right? When you have a module defining all your providers and whatsoever, and that module has the static methods with configuration, and then on the configuration with environment, and based on the environment, you were actually able to provide the necessary service that you actually want to use. So that was the old solution. The new solution is to forget constructor-based injection and just call the new keyword on your service and then run it in injection context, and it just works out of the box.
Okay, thanks.
So anything I showed today is really not necessary. Like you shouldn't use any of this. I think they were just funny. For example, this create a proxy module in a factory function. This is just funny, right? But you shouldn't have a takeaway thought of after this instead of just doing take that work in time and not postponing it forever. That's the takeaway story for them.
Any more questions? Maybe a small one? Half a question?
We are in time, right? Everything.
Good. Then let's call it the end of the presentation and the Welcome back, everybody. I hope the small break was good enough, long enough.
We can wait another couple of minutes.
I will bring other people.
We started.
Let's kick it off.
Okay, extra special long click. Welcome back from the break. My first intro was not as creative as I normally am. I'm sorry for that front off, but I hope you don't mind. The second intro I will try to make a little bit better. I will step up the game the longer the evening goes. Second speaker, first time speaker, a pleasure for a meetup to host someone that does it first time, is Dmytro, and he is very famous in a couple of very different branches in life and IT. He's a GDE. He runs a YouTube channel, Decoded Fronted, with 65K subscriptions. He produced hundreds, if not thousands of videos.
100.
If not thousands. And I'm extremely happy to host him here today for his talk, The Secret Life of Events in Angular. A big round of applause, please.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for taking time and coming to this awesome event. And before I get started, I wanted to say thank you for everyone who is involved in organizing Angular Vienna, the push-based team, Lean Coders. It's a fantastic event. I always have been attending as an attendee to learn something, but I think it's time to get back something for the community and share some knowledge, some findings I have. And Michael already said that, I'm indeed Dmytro Mezhenskyi. I indeed have a YouTube channel, and if you have feeling that you saw my face somewhere, that's probably from there. Besides that, I also involved in consulting and freelancing activities, and always open for collaborations, opportunities, so feel free to contact me. And this is my first time, so I'm a little bit nervous. Now we talk. I asked Matthieu Riegler, who started with public talks recently as well, relatively recently, and I asked him for advice, and he said today that, okay, just start with the simple topic. And I was like, okay, I will. It's too late. I went from opposite direction. And even though the topic of for today is events in Angular, it's a pretty simple thing on the surface. But I like to dive into stuff, look under the hood, what happens there, and this is what we are going to do today together, and we will see how this everything works, and how this knowledge we can apply in real application, because just knowing how things are working, it's, well, not so useful, not always. So, yeah, click binding and, event binding and handler, what can be simpler, right? But this is the thing that we write in our code editors, but this is not what will be executed in the browser. And here's my first question, like, have you an idea what will be eventually executed in the browser? After the compilation, after all this magic, what is eventually under these simple lines? Anyone?
Secret life of
Exactly. Oh, sorry? Yes, exactly. This is just a simple add event listener for an event you listen to, and then execution of the handler you provide. Of course, it's very simplified, and in the following 30 minutes, you will see that things are much more complex, but even though I will still try to focus on only things that are important for today and to not to go too much in depth. Yeah, we will get started with the event setup pipeline. We'll see how things is set up under the hood. Then we will focus on event manager plugin system. This is the part of this entire setup pipeline, and this is where we're supposed to find some gems that are sometimes very useful. And we will see how to apply it. There will be a short live coding session, so decided why go easy way if we can do first talk and first live coding together. I learned hard way. So yeah, let's get started with the first section, first block of the talk. So it's event setup pipeline. And a quick note before we get started. During the watching, you might have feeling like, okay, at some point things are happening, but it turns out it's an abstraction layer. And then we go further. Okay, but this is probably the point. No, it's another abstraction layer when we go there. But unlike this GIF, we will go to the end, and we will see how everything eventually works. So everything starts with the compilation, because browser cannot understand code that we write in code editor. It doesn't understand TypeScript yet, probably, and it doesn't understand all the decorator stuff, so it has to be compiled. And components that have just a template like the one you can see there will be translated into the following thing that looks a bit scary, but yeah, basically this is the function that creates DOM nodes that we that eventually create your view. And from this whole mess, we are interested in only one instruction. This is DOM listener. By the way, instruction, it's just fancy name for a simple function that does a small part of work. It's just terminology from the IV compiler. They name these functions as an instruction. So yeah, we are interested in this particular DOM listener instruction. So let's go inside and take a look what is going on there. So here happens, this is in reality, if you look at the source code, it's a huge function with a lot of things happening. For example, somewhere at that point, happens check if we handle the component or directive output, or it's just an event. So because outputs are handled slightly differently, but anyway. We go through the path of when we handle just an event for a DOM element. And this is where we will end up. This is internal listen to DOM event function. And there happens a couple of things. First, there resolved a renderer. Renderer, you know this guy. Especially from the context when you probably heard that in Angular you should not interact with DOM elements in Angular directly. You should do it through the renderer. In modern Angular, it's not actually true anymore. You can do that, but yeah, just for the context, so you know that that's the renderer 2 that you can inject in your component and do stuff. And actually, this guy is responsible for creating actual DOM nodes in your particular case. And then the second interesting part, it's a wrap listener. This function takes listener you provide, your handler, and it wraps with the additional functionality, namely, it automatically marks your view as dirty. So you don't have to do it manually. This is why you don't need calling mark for checking your event handlers, because it happens automatically. And it also runs your listener function, your handler, in the special try catch block. And if error there happens from the catch block, it is propagated to global error handler in Angular. Probably you know about it. So the next step, or Angular actually, not we, Angular resolves the DOM node from special T node, its internal data structure. I'm not going to dive into it, but we basically there get the element where the event has to be attached. And after that, we delegate, set up event listener to render via listen method. And we provide everything that is needed there. It's a target, meaning our DOM element, its event name, and wrapped listener already. Yeah, in renderer, so we could think, okay, a renderer maybe that's the endpoint. No, not really. What does renderer besides creating properly your view? It also injects their so-called event manager. We will go to it a bit later, but this is the guy who, this is another level of abstraction. And renderer delegates the actual, before it wraps our callback with the decorated prevent default function, it basically does that. When you return false from your handler, it's actually equal to prevent default. Yeah, so that's like syntax as sugar, because in vanilla JavaScript, if you return false for the callback that is set up via add event listener, it will be ignored. In Angular, it's just shortcut. And after that, already like prepared callback, and yeah, it calls add event listener of the event manager. And as I said, it's another abstraction layer that does the following thing. As a manager, it doesn't do actual job. Yeah, it just injects so-called manager plugins. And those are guys who know how to work with particular events. Yeah, and then inside the add event listener, manager finds plugin that can handle the particular event. And the first plugin that can handle it, manager like resolves it and delegates handling to event listener of this plugin. And this is finally our destination. This is where things happen. So two methods important to mention here. First one is support. This is the method that manager calls during the find plugin for. It goes in the loop through all plugins and calls the support method. If it returns true, manager says, okay, yeah, I will resolve you and you will be doing a certain job. And then it calls add event listener, where actually we get element, we get event name, we get handler, so everything we need to properly set up event listener for the element and properly remove listener when it is not needed. So why so complex? Why we couldn't just directly assign things to the DOM element? And actually, if we zoom it out a little bit and go through these phases, everything makes sense, actually. The compilation phase, it just makes everything executable, yeah? It's essential part. Listener wrapping layer, that's our developer experience, user experience. We don't need a lot of things to do manually because a lot of things happen automatically there. The render layer, that's pretty interesting. Why do we need this part? This is because our components can be created in multiple modes. So if you know, there can be encapsulation, non-encapsulation, view encapsulation emulated, view encapsulation shadow DOM. And all these modes, they require some little tweaks to make it properly happen. And also, if you use animation, especially legacy animations in your component, that will be handled also by dedicated render that knows how to render stuff with these custom animations, properties, and events. If you use animations in your components, you know that they have triggered a special property with an @ sign in the front, and also events like animation start, animation end, etc., etc. And those are Angular specific events. Those are not native events. And that's why renderer have to resolve this first and understand, should we listen to the DOM event or it's an animation event and we want to delegate stuff and event catching from the animation engine. Then, yeah, event manager layer. That's what we are going to focus on. So why we couldn't actually do things easier here and just get rid of this part of the entire system? Well, yeah, let's focus on this part a little bit. So, as you could already understand from the previous slides, Event Manager has an ecosystem of different plugins. And why do we need those plugins, actually? Well, the thing is that we can handle simple events like key down, user press something, and our callback is executed. This simple event can be handled by dedicated DOM events plugin, plugin that is built into Angular, and it handles like vast majority of your events in your application. However, if you didn't know, now you know that in Angular we can do actually things like this. Just out of the box without any additional configuration, we can do just like that. Implement hotkey functionality. When user clicks Shift Enter, the event will, the handler will be fired. And this is quite special type of event. And to handle it, we don't need just to set up event listener. We have to perform certain logic there and check if the Shift and Enter is pressed and maybe other conditions, right? So that's why it's going to be delegated to another event plugin that knows how to do this stuff. And the cool thing is that this system is extensible, and Angular provides a way to extend by us this event system and introduce our custom stuff, for example, like this. We can debounce our events using syntaxes like this. And it is fully customizable and up to you how to implement it. And as I said, it's going to be handled by a separate plugin that we are going to implement right now. So let's try to code a little bit. Here's our VS Code. And one second. And for whatever reason, it doesn't want to mirror. It worked on my machine. That's strange. It's cannot. Sorry for the delay. The problem came from the unexpected direction, actually. Okay, never mind. I will be watching like this. First of all, let me quickly show the application that I prepared as a for the demonstration. So it's pretty simple. Yeah, I know that cannot be mirrored, but anyway. So there is just a search field, so I can type anything into it, and it goes to the server, fetches user that actually matches what I entered. And it is, let me show the user components. So this is a pretty simple component. You can see here I have the input that listens to the input event, and there I update the query signal, and this signal is being used eventually here in the HTTP resource. So whenever it changes, it retriggers the HTTP call, and things are fetched from the server. So the first thing we have to do is actually define, if you want to extend an event system like this, you have to come up with the syntax you want to support there. And I already know how it will look like. So it's going to be input, then debounds, and then I want to define some debounds time. It can be like 2 seconds or something like maybe 200 milliseconds. So I want to support all of these options, but yeah, let's say that I want to have it like this, to have bigger delay, so it's easier to see then eventually. And once we defined this syntax, the next thing we have to do is to register our custom plugin that will be handling these things. And you do this stuff inside the app config. And yeah, I prepared already some boilerplate to not type it. And yeah, what we do here is just we provide Event Manager plugins token. We set up it as multi because it's required because we have multiple plugins, and your plugin itself, right? And let's go inside. Let's go to the class itself, and let me collapse all these things. Cannot. That's hard to do it like that. So yeah, here is the class event plugin that is empty class so far. And one of the essential things it has to do is to extend the event manager plugin. This is the base class that all plugins are extending. This will do 2 things. First, we inherit certain properties from the base class that are useful for all of those events, and it will require us to implement certain methods, right? So we can ask VS Code implemented, and yeah, we get 2 two methods I already mentioned. It's supports and event listener. So in the first supports, we should return true or false, depending on if our plugin can handle or not certain syntax. And as I said, we are going to listen for this type of events. So basically, what we could do, it's just do something like this. But obviously, it's not working. It's hard coded. If I want to debounce click? What if I want to change the debouncing time? So we have to make it more generic. And here, regexp could be handy. We could simply turn it into regexp and call the test method of it, and then provide the event name. So just like that. And these things we can remove. So in this case, our method will check if our event name contains the debounce substring. It means that, okay, this plugin can be involved. It knows how to deal with this kind of stuff. And then, if you remember, the add event listener method is called, and this is where actually the magic happens. So we want to set up event listener, right? So we take element. It will be my input element, right? And we can set add event listener. And here the tricky part. We cannot provide event name there because inside the event name we get the entire string like this, input, debounce, 2 seconds, whatsoever. This event doesn't exist in JavaScript, right? So what we have to do, we have to parse the string and extract the original event. In my case, it is an input, right? And what I can actually do is to just take the event name, and simply split it by the dot sign.
There's a typo.
Typo, yeah, I see, thank you. It would be so much easier if mirroring would work. But anyway, so we split, and it means that eventually we get an array which contains my input event. This is my original event, right? Then the second argument will be this debounce modifier, debounce, and the third element will be actually the string 2s, right? And it means that I can easily extract or distract all this stuff into dedicated variables, like we can name it original event. Then I skip the debounce modifier because I don't need it, and let's name it time. This is the 2 seconds string. And having the original event, I can already provide it right here, right? And then we can provide already the handler, but before we provide our handler, we have to wrap it with additional functionality, because if we provide it like this, we will get the regular, event handling that we had before, but we want to debounce it. And for that, I created a helper function that looks like this. Don't understand me wrong, I love RxJS. I use it, I'm not against it. I just wanted to simplify things and implement something similar what in RxJS would do. So this is how it looks like. It takes a function and amount of milliseconds, so for how long I want to debounce. So I can wrap my handler just like that. So let's extract it, provide it here, and also I have to provide my time, but I also want to parse it a little bit because I expect here milliseconds, right? But I get a string with 2 seconds whatsoever, and this is the function that does this parsing. It's pretty simple from one side, but this regex makes it a bit more scary, but it's pretty easy. I just split digits from strings like seconds or milliseconds, and then I have 2 groups, and based on these 2 groups, based on these 2 groups, I just perform calculations. If it's millisecond, I just return the number, and otherwise I convert it to milliseconds. So hopefully there is nothing difficult here. So yeah. All good, all good, all good. Yeah, I almost done. Yeah, awesome. So now we have to provide this time function that will calculate everything properly, and we are done, almost. Why not? Because we set up event listener, but we didn't remove it. And if we don't remove it, we get what? Memory leak. Oh, exactly. So we have to handle this part. And where do we handle this cleanup stuff? We do that in the function that we have to return from this method. So I return the function, and I have to again use element. How hard it is. Damn it. Okay, so that's element, remove event listener. Did I do a typo? Remove attribute, here we go. Remove event listener. And yeah, so here I provide the original name as well. Original name. And I have to provide actually the handler that I have to extract. And here, important thing that we have to keep the same reference to that, right? So that's why we have to exclude everything, our wrapped handler into something like constant, wrapped handler, whatever. So here we go, and then we can take this, provide it instead of this line. And also we have to provide it here. Typo, right? Okay. Oh. Original event. Okay, and hopefully, yeah, at this point, we are done. Let's make sure that we saved everything. And let's try to check.
There was a typo in the debound stream.
Typo in the bound stream. Here?
In the event handler. Yes, debound stream.
Which line?
9.
9. Ah, that's common. It's just common. But nice. Okay, and yeah, let's try. So I enter something, and after 2 seconds only, my event is fired. And yeah, in such a way, we debounced the event, which is pretty cool. Yeah, thank you.
Question time. I have my stack of cards here.
Thank you very much. What is the context of the injection that you can perform in this event manager plugin? Is it like it's a more or less static thing?
As far as I know, it's a root injector context. So you cannot provide it on the component level, if you know.
That's sad, because I would wish to be able to like define a setting key in the component as a directive, and then use this setting key to check out what is the proper debounce time for this kind of component or setting. You know what I mean?
I think yes, but I think it's pretty hard because Event Manager, it exists on the root level, and you cannot, move it to a specific part of the DOM. It's resolved there at the bootstrap, and all these things exist in the root injection level.
And the HTML element that is provided in the function, can I put something on this level and use it? Because I think in
the event you receive, actually. So you have some modifiers on the event, and that's what you can use to trigger or not some specific behavior.
Sorry, you modify the event?
A modifier. So imagine your event, your plugin checks the event, and see it's something like dot debounce. You could check whatever that debounce is.
I could do just debounce dot user setting for search dot. Oh, like basically this is the way. Okay, I would use this. Okay.
And that's how you would.
Yes, that's on the level of plugin. You handle it and already do whatever you want with that.
I was thinking too complicated. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
First you, then you.
So thank you for the presentation.
Yeah, my pleasure.
What I want to ask is that if you have more like events, if you want to have more custom events, then probably we have to have like extended more the class, right?
Yeah, I would definitely recommend to do separate plugin per use case.
Yeah.
Not.
What I want to ask is that would it be more beneficial to actually extend this class even more and more and more, or to have like one? Because what you wrote here, technically, the part in the event listener I'm talking about, that part is like just pure JavaScript. So in JavaScript we can have custom events. We don't need to listen on the default events. So technically we could write a custom event with the same name for input.bounce.
Custom event, you mean output?
Sorry?
By custom event, you mean the output, or?
No. The custom JavaScript custom events. I'm talking about JavaScript custom events. And what I'm saying is that would it just want to know your opinion about it, because you know more about this. That is it better to have like, if you want to have more custom, more this kind of Angular custom events, is it better to have like more this kind of classes, or one generic class, and this generic class calls a function which actually executed a custom event, and a JavaScript custom event, and we have like one other like register for one custom event, and we can define different new custom events, like for, I don't know, input.debounce.2second, because then we have this kind of event names. We don't have to create an event on the input, but we can create an event on the input.debounce.2second, for example.
Yeah, I tried to compile it in my head. It'll take some time. Like generally, the rule of thumb is to separate things. Like keep everything per use case. It's always good for testability, maintainability. It's a general rule.
Yes.
But we can try another attempt after the talk. So maybe.
No, what I'm thinking more about is that imagine that we're using encapsulation shadow DOM. Okay, and in the shadow DOM, we have to bubble up the event, so to get it out of the shadow DOM. And that's why I'm talking about this topic. Then in this case we can handle the event out of the Angular and out of the context from the Angular. That is why I'm asking that.
Okay, let's discuss about it later, if you don't mind.
Thank you so much.
I'm running.
I have a new idea for a hack.
Sorry?
I have a new idea for a new hack, so that's all.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
So
Stage is yours.
I wanted to ask if you, so whenever this whole thing is generated, do you have injection context there?
In manager.
So whenever you do this, whenever you're creating the add event listener and you're overriding all these handlers and whatsoever, what to do?
Yeah, you can inject anything from the root injector in the manager plugin if you need. Yeah, because if you, you can play with that and maybe next.
Yeah, because then you can also,
share with us.
bind it not just with an add event listener, but you can actually bind it directly to some sort of service and whatsoever.
If you remember. Somewhere when I showed the source code of it, you see it's, or no.
Because the event manager plugin anyway
it's
is
injectable,
right.
So it means that you can inject whatever stuff you need there and enjoy.
Awesome. I will misuse it. Thank you.
First here.
Thank you. If you win today's raffle, will you switch to WebStorm?
Challenge accepted.
Then here. Thank you. Right to left.
Thank you. Thank you. If I understood correctly, the event manager plugin is it doesn't say exactly which elements it refers to or where do you can put it. So it always checks all of them, right?
Yes.
How does this scale or how does this affect the performance? Is this something that we can use as much as we want or just a little bit?
Where it's called once during the view initialization. So every event binding is kind of checked. So it goes through the plugin, and for this binding, the support method is called. So once, right? It's called once if it's true or false. So it's activated, and then it's just it. So I don't see any really potential performance degradation because of that. Maybe if you have in the support method something very expensive, it will run through the loop of 100 elements or whatsoever, then it might be the problem during the activation phase. But otherwise, I don't think it might be a problem. And it also there is alternative with event or with directives. You could achieve similar with directives, but with directives the problem is that every usage of directive creates its own instance, which means the instance for it will be stored in the memory. Event manager plugin exists only in only one. There's no many manager instances for every binding, so it's more like efficient for the memory management compared to directives. And if you have like a huge table or many elements where like custom events are used, then you will definitely benefit from approach with the plugins rather than with directives, because then you will create a lot of directive instances in memory, which is not necessary.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So in the HTML template that we write in a normal component, when you provide the event name, does that have to be like statically, like hard-coded in the template, or can that be generated dynamically? If that is so, is that an injection attack vector? And also, do you know if there's a character limit on that?
Oh, okay, good. That's a good question. I didn't think about it before. So I cannot answer exactly, but
you can't have dynamic.
I also don't think that.
It's a string, like you said, it's initialized only once, so it has to be static.
Yeah, I trust this guy. Everyone he says is true.
So you cannot configure the 2 seconds, for example.
No, it has to be static, yes.
Yeah. Okay. My question will go towards IDE integration. So when you make a lot of these custom event listeners and you have some hard-coded names, as we discussed, is there some way to make IDE support for that? If you have like big teams and you want to make sure that these custom events even exist in the first place?
That's the reason why we haven't shipped more event plugins. Is the integration is basically inexistent, and also it's not reshapable. So it's one of the problems.
Thank you, Matthew, for answering the question.
I've lost too much time. So
what questions? Here, 2. No, 1.
Yeah, I have 2 questions. First question is, could I also listen over a directive with host listener to this new custom event plugins?
You mean the output event?
No, I mean in the directive you have a host listener listening to specifically this duration, debounce event.
Yeah, sure. I mean every event is going through the plugin, so it doesn't matter directive it or it's a component. Yeah, you can do that.
Okay. And my second question would be, what are the best use cases you saw for this event, custom event plugins?
Well, I think
debounce is substitutable with RxJS.
Yeah, but I mean sometimes it's a bit cumbersome with RxJS. So you have to use a from event and all this stuff, and taking into account that Angular goes to the optional, in the direction of optional RxJS, that could be another approach to deal with this kind of things, instead of pulling the entire library RxJS just for this use case. Sometimes they're interchangeable, and it really doesn't matter which approach do you use. It's up to your preferences. And regarding other use cases, I didn't use it in practice, but I saw how handlers are executed outside of the zone. So it's kind of way of optimizing performance. And I saw it. There is a library called Taiga UI, and they heavily utilize this approach as well. They have variations of plugins that you can check out and get inspiration there for different use cases. I use that just for things like debouncing, and yeah, it's pretty rare when you need it, but it's sometimes it's very convenient.
Okay, thank you.
And the framework ships one plugin only, and it's the one that allows you to listen to keyboard keys.
There is the one built in and the one that handles default click events. So there are 2 built-in plugins, and for Hammer.js, as far as I know, but it's deprecated.
It will be removed from the
It will be removed. Matthieu is working on it.
Yeah. So to that. The built-in plugin that exists, what kind of regex matching or whatever does it use for the support function? Can it like prevent us from making a custom one with a special syntax?
I'm not sure I got your question.
Like, do we know how the supports method looks like for the built-in plugin?
For built-in, well, only reading the source code. So you can go there. Maybe I even...
The native one just returns true. It's the default one, and everything that comes before it checks one after one after one. If none match, it will match default.
Also, the custom plugins would come before that?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
For example, key events. Yeah, there you can go to the source code of Angular and find where this supports. Yeah, here we go. But this hotkey plugin, it has pretty complex logic here. How does it work? But if you want, if you have time, enjoy. You can include some LLMs to explain this stuff. But yeah, nowadays it's much easier. You just give it to Claude, it explains. I was figuring out this stuff before, it was terrible. Yeah.
Okay. I would have also a question regarding the debouncing. We have debouncing, and afterwards we have the signal set, and then the resources are loaded. How would you do it when you want to first load everything, and then for subsequent keystrokes you want to debounce? Would that be possible? Can you give some additional parameter?
You do that in the plugin logic. So it will be activated at the moment when the view is initialized. And there you can actually set up timers that fire event at the time when you need. So you do that as part of the logic.
Sounds like you want to throttle in the
I would like to avoid overload on the server. So the first call I would like to make fast, so the user has response, and then slowing down, yes.
Okay, everyone just one question? Quick ones too?
About pizza.
Quick one. I was just wondering, you told us about the plugin that exists for the default events. What if you register for an already existing event? Are you replacing the handling for that, or is it additional handling?
For the custom JavaScript event, you mean?
No, if you don't write the custom one, but if you want to...
Can you override built-in? Yeah. Override built-in event. I think yes. If you create a plugin that returns true, it will be by default picked up for every event. So you can see. Okay, that's the source code of Angular. So event DOM events. You can see how it is implemented in Angular. They just return true, so it's automatically picked up as a fallback. But if you need to override it, you just write your logic where you say that these events I support, and you return true because your plugins, they're executed before the built-in happens, and that's why you and they work like first plugin that matches, it's being executed. Angular doesn't go further through this chain. So you have to just return true for event you want to override before this event.
So if I wanted to proxy it in a way?
If you want to proxy, there is, that's a good question, by the way.
What do you want?
So, just a lead up to the real question.
It's okay, let's start the live coding session. Pizza is completely fine.
Yeah, so if you want to proxy to the built-in one, you can use a reference to the manager, because from base class you inherit reference to the manager. Say add event listener and provide the original event like this. And then you simply provide the other function like this one. Here we go, and you don't even need this part. I think I have some, okay. So this part I think I have to remove. Okay, sorry. This manager, it also, I forgot, it accepts the element first. They have to provide the element and then original event, and in such a way you kind of do proxying to the built-in one, so you kind of intercept your custom event, then you wrap it with your logic you need, and then you propagate to the manager and say that, hey, there is original event, which is simple click or input or whatsoever, and then manager will find built-in manager or plugin that will execute already wrapped handler. So in this case, that's a good question, because there's another benefit is that you don't need to this intermediate variable handle unsubscription as well, because the built-in built-in plugin will care about it. It will do unsubscription for you as well and execute your modified handler. That's it. So it's even better, I think. Thank you.
I have one more question. You wanna finish? You wanna add a third one? No? My last one is, where do I find the pizza?
Next to the plugin.
We go here and left, there is the pizza. I wish you a very good and pizza-rich break. There is also drinks, 30 minutes plus. Now it's less because we... Just want to point out his text synopsis. I'm very happy that you made it all back from the break. Even more happy to announce our next speaker. Manfred is a GDE, owner of Angular Architects, a renowned consultancy company, and organizer of NG Graz, which has a spring opening event in 2 days that you should look up online on meetup.com. It's pretty cool. It is accessible or reachable by train in 3 hours.
Yeah, 2.5. Yeah.
2.5. So if you are very sporty, you can go there in the morning and go home with the first train on the next day in the morning. Possible, or you just stay there overnight, but definitely worth visiting. And the topic is generative AI in Angular.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me, Michael. This will be about AI assistance, and what I want to do in this talk together with you is building something like this here. And sidecar, so this is the so-called sidecar pattern, you know. Nowadays there are very, very complicated pattern names for simple things, like a chat window that can be displayed or hidden. However, this is far more than just a chat, because you can hide it and use the application in a traditional way if you don't need it. But if you need it, because you are stuck somehow, or because you want to automate something, you don't want to click 50 times, but you want to tell the assistant what to do with 1 sentence, then you can activate it. It's also more than a chat, because it can display components on demand. That means it can select a component from a catalog of components. They are interactive. And as we will see, it can remote control your application. It can jump to this or that route. It can pre-fill this or that form. So let's have a look to this example. So here we have my infamous flight search application, and let's assume we are stuck. We don't find the correct menu item, so we are activating the assistant, and then I'm asking, do I already, or did I already book my flight to France, country of love? And then it's doing something in the back, and it says, yeah, there are several flights, and at least one of them goes to Paris. So it's this one here. So it's an interactive card. It found out, well, this is a flight, so let's display it with a card like this. And now I can say, let's check in for it. Okay, so another question. Did I already book for Spain? Spanien, Spain. And then it's thinking, it's performing some tasks. No, you did not book. Okay, so let's search for flights from the metropolis of Graz to Madrid. And then, yeah, look here. So it's jumping to the right route, it's filling out the search form, it's pressing search for me, and I'm seeing my results. So I say, which of those are delayed? And there should be one delayed flight, this one here. I select the first one that is in time. And then this one should be selected, or in there I can also select and deselect my stuff. Okay, so this is the principal idea. So it looks like a chat, but it's more, it can remote control the entire application. So how does this look like architectural-wise? Well, the general flow is there is some kind of user intent, something the user wants to achieve. And this intent can be explicit or implicit. When it comes to explicit intents, the easiest way to get this intent is a chat window where the user types in what they want. But there are also other kinds of explicit intents, like uploading a document, like uploading an invoice so that the system can check whether this invoice is justified, whether this invoice should be paid, and when it should be paid. Or if we can risk it to not pay it, and then we can see something like this. So those are two examples for explicit intents. There is in theory also something like an implicit intent, and if you are old enough, you have already seen this in the 90s. Who knows Clippy? Karl Klemmer. Some of you, yeah. So perhaps you know Clippy, this strange guy who appeared immediately and asked me, well, Manfred, it looks like you want to write a letter. Do you need some help? So this would be an implicit intent. Because of the user interaction, it's finding out, well, the user is trying to do this or that. For instance, when I'm searching for the numbers of Jan and Feb and March, Clippy could ask me if I want to have the report for the entire year, something like this. Okay, but nevertheless, there is some intent. And then this intent is sent over to an agent. And this agent is just a little tiny piece of software that is communicating to an LLM and that is executing tools. For instance, it can tell the LLM, hey, if you need a bit more information, ask me to execute this tool, like the tool that is loading the booked flights, or the tool that is loading flights from Graz to Madrid, or the tool that is routing over to this or that check-in page. And then the tool will do it and report back via the agent the result to the LLM. And then one more time, the LLM, like the Duracell Rabbit, the Duracell Bunny, can proceed its work. And so we can go back and forth between the LLM and further tools that help us to do what we need to do in order to fulfill the user intent. At the end of this, oh, by the way, those tools can delegate to the store, to an NSureX store, for instance, to forms or services. And I think in this case, state management even becomes more important, because state management, your store, is something like a headless version of your application. It can do everything your application can do without a user interface. So it's the perfect entry point for something that can be automated by a tool. Okay, so when we are done, at the end, the LLM emits some, let's say, JSON, and this JSON tells the agent that we should display this or that component with an answer. Could be just a textual component or a component like, you know, like my flight form we have seen before. There is even another way to display a component. The agent could do a final tool call. A final tool call that is also activating a component here or there. Depending on the LLM you are using, you're going this or that way. Some LLMs cannot answer with structured data when you have tool calling activated. Gemini 2.5, for instance. In those cases, you just stick with tool calls, you do just tool calls, and the final tool call will tell the system which components to display. Okay, now let's try this out in practice. And for this, I want play the agent. Now, let's assume I'm the agent and I'm getting messages like the ones I have prepared here. By the way, those messages are on the level of GPT-3. So, you know, it's like 2023, 2024. So it's Middle Ages, but nevertheless, this is a good way to explain this on this level. After that, I will tell you what changed in between. It's not that much from a conceptual perspective. And using this old style prompting, we can quickly understand what's going on there. So this is what you call the system prompt. The system prompt is a very strong prompt. It tells the agent and also the LLM how to behave in general. It sets the stage. And usually you start with something like this. You are a customer service agent working for a small flight agency and helping customers with their flight bookings. And to make it a bit more fun, who is speaking German? Yeah, that's enough. Let's also say, and you speak a lot like Edmund Mundl Sackbauer. Okay, so let's go on with the serious stuff. Answer the following questions, blah, blah, blah. And now the important part comes. If you need additional information, call one of those tools. And then I'm describing some tools it can call, it can ask about so that it gets more context. Like the booked flights of the user, or finding some additional flights, or showing a flight. And then there is another important thing. Only answer in a structured way using JSON, and here we have some examples. If it is possible, not only answer with text, but also with some tools. By the way, showing examples has also been proven to improve the quality of the results you get. It's not that important anymore nowadays with modern LLMs, but especially when you have a weak LLM, and an LLM where you want to save a bit money, so you use it in a very weak mode, then this is really gold. And still, even though the traditional LLMs are quite powerful nowadays, also this helps a bit with the more powerful ones. We have some rules, what to do and what not to do. For instance, it's forbidden to display flights from a competitor, because those flights are reachable via the internet, so the LLM might come to the conclusion, well, let's just look out to the web and display some flights from a competitor. Yeah. So this is the system prompt. This is always in place. The application takes care of it. And then the user is coming and saying, well, first question, have I already booked a flight to France? So now I, as the agent, take both and copy it into my LLM. Of course, the application is doing it via an API that has a lot of possibilities for fine-tuning, not fine-tuning in the LLM sense, but controlling what you want to have. And here, the model is answering, okay, in order to answer this question, I want to ask you, my nice agent, to execute this tool. Get booked flights. Okay. So now let's say I, as the agent, reads this, because it's JSON, I can interpret it, and then, and then I will answer with the results, all the flights the current user has booked. And then it goes on, okay, do reactions, yeah. This would not be the case when we went via the API, but now we see an answer that is very Edmund Sackbauer-like, Oida, schau mal, und so weiter. And then here we see the flight we have already booked that goes to Paris. Okay, so next question, have I already booked a flight to Madrid? By the way, this is a bit risky because sometimes it might screw up, you know, those LLMs like human beings are not that deterministic, but in this case it looks quite nice. Also a Mundl-like answer. And then one more time, show me flights from the metropolis of Graz to Madrid. And yeah, another tool call, including parameters. So the agent would now parse this and execute the tool and delegate it back to the LLM. So at the end of the day, when we talk about agents, at the core, it's not more difficult as this. At the core. Of course, there are a lot of stuff around it. You need to improve your prompting, you need to improve your tooling, you need to test it thoroughly. But at the core, it's about tool calling and prompting. Sometimes structured output. Okay. So now let's implement this game with Angular, and for this I'm using the framework Hashbrown. Hashbrown is open source and it has been tailored to work nicely with both React and Angular. It really feels natural in the Angular world. For instance, you use a resource, a hash brown resource in the Angular world. So it really feels like what you are doing all the time with Angular. And besides this, I'm also using hash brown because the people behind it are very known in the community. They are very known. One of them is part of the NGRX team. So they are known as someone who are capable of producing high quality open source stuff. And as you see here, we can use it to access a lot of different LLMs out of the box, and it's not that difficult to write an adapter to further LLMs. So the general flow here is that we have hash brown in the front end and a bit of hash brown also in the backend. This backend is just a tiny layer. With hash brown, you do most of the stuff in the front end, but you need a little tiny layer in the backend that is hiding your API key. Usually, you do not want to ship your API key with your client application because then everyone can use it, everyone can do crazy stuff with your license, so better not do it. That's why this little tiny layer. To initialize hash brown, and also this shows how idiomatic it feels in the world of Angular, we can provide it in our application config. Like the HTTP client in the former days, like the router and so on, provide X, Y, Z. This flag here is interesting, emulate structured output. I set it to true to be capable of also working with Gemini 2.5. Because when it comes to Gemini 2.5, we cannot get structured output when there is tool calling activated. So we need to go the green path here. The final call needs to be a tool call that is getting the structured output and a tool that is displaying this or that component. When it comes to OpenAI, then it's more flexible. OpenAI can mix and match structured outputs with descriptions of components and tool calls. And then we get this resource. It's an UI chat resource. One of several resources that is shipped together with hash brown. Perhaps the most powerful one. This UI chat resource can work with tools. You see it here. But it can also work with components that are displayed on demand in the middle of your chat or somewhere else. You just need to register it. Here you pass in the model you want to go with, and here you pass in the system prompt. And of course, now you are quite critical. Now you are saying, well, if we are passing in the system prompt, what's going on? Okay. If we are passing in the system prompt on the client side, someone can misuse this, replace it with their own system prompt to do a lot of crazy stuff with our license, with our money. And yeah, you are right, and I'm really happy that you are that critical. You are completely right. And the thing is, while we can set this on the client side, it's sanitized on the server side. So on the server side, you can read this. You can say, oh, you do not get GPT-5. It's too expensive for you. You get GPT-2 something because I don't like you that much. And you get the newest one, GPT-5, because you are one of my favorite friends. Something like this, you know. Very Austrian. No, please don't cite me. And on the other side, we could say, well, you can send me a system prompt, but I'm taking out this, like that we should communicate with you like the Terminator or like Edmund Sackbauer. Yeah, so sanitizing is not that bad here. On the other side, it's also a good idea to tell the user that they can change this a little tiny bit to adapt it to their needs. When we have this resource, we can read all the data we have received and displayed in the chat, our messages, but also the messages from the LLM. It's just an array exposed by the resources value. And besides this, we get some extra methods like send message. where we can send up our question. Or we can iterate through the messages of the value and display those messages. And sometimes when those messages represent a component with some inputs and so on, then we can render it with this helper component. HB, like hash brown, render message. So let's have a look at this. For this, here I have already the service that is registering my chat resource. I'm switching out the chat resource in a service so that I can have different chat resources for different routes. I don't want to have this big chat resource containing everything and affecting a lot of parts and domains of my application. Instead, I have here one chat resource per domain, perhaps per subdomain or feature. And as you see here, I'm setting it up with UI chat resource. I'm defining a model like GDB5 and a system prompt, lot of text. You are, that's your voice, those are the rules, here are some examples and so on. And then tools. And the funny thing about tools is they are easier than you might expect. A tool is basically just a function with metadata. Just a function with metadata. So let's have a look here. Get booked flights. Create tool. We have some metadata, a name and a description, when to use it and some rules for using it. And then we have some lines of code here. Injecting a store and triggering some methods in the store, returning some values. So one more time, this shows that state management even becomes more important nowadays because a store is a headless version of our application. Okay, so let's have a look into a bit more complicated tool, find flights. So here we have the same, a description, a name, and then look here, a scheme. It's something like a SOT scheme, something like this. And it describes the parameter we can pass to our tool, or the LLM can pass to the tool. So basically it's about getting an object with properties from and to, both are strings, and here is some description. And so the LLM knows how to call this feature. Here we have the handler. One more time, we are doing something with the store, we are updating a search filter, and then we are navigating to the right route. And that's it. And when it comes to components, it's even the same. Here I have a flight widget, which is just a component, an ordinary Angular component. I don't want to burden you with details, but if you look here, we have two inputs. Flight and status. Flight, of course, the flight we want to display, and status, is it a booked flight or another flight? When it comes to this, we need this to decide whether to display a check-in button or a booking button. And here is the metadata, expose component. This is the Angular component with an internal name, with a description. And here we are describing the inputs so that hashbrown can bind some data that comes out of the LLM to this very component here. The flight input is described by the flight schema that has ID, from, due, date, delay, with some descriptions. And status is described here in line. It's an enumeration which can have this or that value. And that's it. So what hashbrown now is doing is, it takes all this metadata, it brings it into a shape that is readable for the LLM, and then it sends it over to the LLM. And so the LLM can decide when to call a tool, and how to call the tool, with which parameters, when to display a component, and how to display a component with which parameters. So basically, that's it at the end of the day. Perhaps let's do something funny. Let's trace the messages we get here from hash brown. For this, I'm activating my assistant one more time, and I'm asking the same question. Did I already book for Paris? Yes, here it is. Thank you. And then let's have a look to the console. Here I'm tracing all of the messages that are sent back and forth via hash brown. So let's copy out this guy here. Let's go in there. It's JSON with JSON with JSON. That means something like a Matroshka puppet for developers. And now let's get rid of those escape sequences. And let's format it. And here we go. So here you see what hash brown was sending over. It was choosing for a model with a system prompt. And here we have the first message. The user was asking, did I already book for Paris? And then the LLM said, well, yes, I don't know. But to answer this, please call this function here. Get booked flights with no parameters. If we had parameters, then we could mention them here. Then the agent is executing this tool, because the agent is really good at reading JSON. And then it sends back these tool results. It says, hey, I'm done. Here's the result. And then one more time, the assistant is answering with structured content, structured output, that says, hey, agent, please display some component, display a message widget with this text here. Yes, you have already booked. Yada, yada, yada. And then it says, please also display a flight widget with those properties, binds them to the respective inputs. Flight with an ID and from and to and so on. And that's it, basically. So I really hope I could demystify all this buzz about agentic stuff here. Of course, it's becoming a bit more complicated if you start adding additional stuff around the model. If you want to make it a bit more deterministic, then you need to do a bit more work. Another use case I want to slightly display is this here. Natural language query. I'm asking the system a question in a natural language. And I also ask it to compute the result in a form we can display with a chart or perhaps with a table. And perhaps you are saying now, yeah, Manfred, we already know we can do this with everything you've told us before, because you are asking for flights from Graz to Hamburg. So this is a tool call, isn't it? And then we are asking to calculate some percentages. This is something the LLM can do. And then we are displaying a component like, you know, here our bar chart. This is structured output. So in theory, we already know everything we need for this. However, there is one little tiny aspect we need to consider. Namely, LLMs are not good at math. They really suck at math. Because to use a metaphor, of course, each and every metaphor has its limitations, but a very cheeky metaphor here is an LLM is a parrot that is good in statistics. A parrot that knows how to answer because he has seen a lot of other similar answers. And this parrot cannot do math. If the parrot knows, it's also very simplified put. But in general, it's that way. If a parrot knows that 1 and 1 is 2, then he knows it because he has seen it often enough. Of course, you can improve those LLMs to do a bit more math, to have internal tools, but in general, they are really not good at this, especially when it comes to a bit more than just adding up numbers, like calculating a ratio or other formulas. So what we need for this is the same architecture as before, but now the LLM is generating JavaScript code, because this is something the LLM is really good at, telling you what to do. We all know such people. Usually they are not that beloved, not that sympathetic, those people that always know how we should do something, but never do it by themselves. But here it's really a benefit. The LLM knows how to do it, it knows how to describe it, it's really good at this. So it gives us Java code, JavaScript code. And then, of course, we need to execute it. And of course, we cannot execute it directly in our application. This would be an issue towards security. So we need to execute it in an isolated sandbox. And Hash Brown comes with such a sandbox. Just a little tiny JavaScript runtime that can only execute JavaScript and selected functions I'm passing in. Only selected functions. This is everything the sandbox can do. Functions like loading numbers about this or that flights. And at the end, the last function we are calling here will tell the component, the bar chart, what to display. So it's more or less the same. The only difference is we only have one tool, the runtime, and the runtime can delegate to further tools to runtime functions that look a lot like ordinary tools. They have an input and an output. So let's have a look at this, because this is always funny, and it's finally something where we don't need a chat. So let's go with example 2. I'm a lazy typer. I'm asking about delayed flights and flights that are in time. And then I can also say, when I jump to the end, sort by airport, give me the percentage, and then we should see the percentage of flights that are delayed compared to the percentage of flights that are in time. So let's compare this. When it comes to Graz Hamburg, 85% are in time and 14% are delayed, so should add up to 100%, give or take. 75, that's easy, and 25 should also somehow add up to 100%. So yeah, it looks like the numbers are not that bad. Natural language query, and another good example for something where we have an explicit intent but not a chat. So if you like this presentation, then you might also like my new book. I'm working on it now already the entire quarter. I started with it shortly after Christmas, and it will be published very, very soon. I just need to work in the feedback I got from a lot of smart community members. We have 400 pages, and it's PDF and EPUB for, you know, your ebook reader and so on. And there will be updates, because everything is changing that fast, so there will be updates. And Q1 is my deadline, so I guess I have 20 days for it. But yeah, I'm really confident, because I just need to work in the feedback I got, and then we are good to go. There is a waiting list, and if you subscribe to it, you get an early bird discount. It's angularbook.com. So the thing is, people who know me know I'm not exactly a person with fast movements. This is not my style. But when I saw that this domain is available, I needed to go to hospital afterwards, because, you know, my muscles were destroyed after that. But yeah, that's now my domain. Okay, so subscribe to it. Let me come to a conclusion. What did we see today? Well, we have seen today, at the end of the day, all this agentic stuff at the core is about tool calling, and it's about structured output. It's sometimes about providing good examples to help the LLM a bit, And LLMs are really bad at mathematics, so we go with code generation and then execution in a sandbox. So that's it. I have already uploaded my material to my blog. You find here the slides and the hash brown example, and follow me on LinkedIn and Facebook and so on to stay in contact. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And now we are ready for a lot of questions. 1, 2, 3.
How is it possible to prevent the user from inputting something that overrides the limitations of the prompt and not giving away all tools or what the bot is capable of?
Yeah, so the question was, how can we prevent the user from typing in something that he should not do, to use the LLM in a way he should not use, or perhaps even to override the system prompt? So there are several answers to this question. One answer is always send over the system prompt separately. Don't give the user the possibility to directly set the system prompt. Sanitize it on the server side. The good thing is, even when the user starts chatting something bad afterwards, the system prompt really has a high meaning for the model. So if we look here, because of this, the system prompt even has here a different field. It's not one of the ordinary messages. It's something different, and the LLM will respect this. But this is not, it is just one side of the coin. There are also other sides of the coin. Another possibility would be to check upfront if the message is an allowed message. You could use another LLM for this on the server side, which is funny because now we are using LLMs to check whether something should go to the real LLM. Yeah. So at the end of the day, we need some guardrails. We can do the same when the answers come back to the client. Usually, most people at least believe this, it is not good for business to insult your customers. So perhaps we should check the answer from the LLM with another LLM or LLM call and to sanitize this. By the way, this is also something ChatGPT is doing. When I'm asking a question, sometimes I see it's working and then says, no, I cannot tell you because this is against the rules. It's such a sensitive topic, so we cannot talk about this.
So did you test your flight simulator or thing regarding this issue with your implementation?
This one not, because it's just an example, but if you do it for production, then you need to do some testing, some automated tests for this, where you try to prompt different things over to the LLM time and again, and then you will see how often you get something back you should not gotten back. Yeah.
Sorry, just a follow-up question with regards to that. You say the system could block with regards to prompt injection.
Yeah.
Is that what you say?
Well, if you have an explicit system prompt, not just an ordinary first message, an explicit system prompt, this really helps a lot. Not 100%, but it really helps a lot because the LLM takes a lot of emphasis on this. And besides this, pre-filtering, post-filtering, when it is structured output, it's a bit easier to do post-filtering. If it is textual output, then you can ask another LLM, perhaps even to give you a score. So let's say on a range between 0 and 10, how much bad language is used there, or how much inappropriate topics are discussed there, something like this.
I'm still not convinced with regards to the system blocking it, but maybe later you could explain that.
Sure.
There was a question.
That was my question.
Yeah, that was your question. Then I go over to this side.
It was my question as well. Because you're testing.
Are you sure you will have a new question?
Question as well now. Okay, so my question is this. So I just looked it up, and you can put the system prompt in the backend, as far as I understand.
Yeah.
So you do not need to disclose it, which might make sense because we are all very proud of our fantastic prompts.
Mm-hmm.
But I was wondering about the tool calling, but because this way, can you do it also just in the backend? Because I assume some tools obviously need the front end to display something, or.
Mm-hmm.
But for some, you might want to query data in the database.
Yeah.
Then getting the client in the loop unnecessarily, it's a bit overhead. Too much information disclosure, even there might be information you want to give the LLM that you don't want to give the user.
Yeah. Totally.
So I was wondering how this could be implemented with this hash prompt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good question. So what's when I want to have a server-side only tool call, something I don't want to expose? And the answer is, currently this is not possible. Currently, hash brown is just running on the client side when we ignore this little tiny layer on the server side we need. But in the future, and I'm really in contact with them, they are thinking about connecting it to a server-side agent. And then the server-side agent can decide what to stream downwards and where to wait for an answer that comes from the client and what just to do on the server side. Perhaps one important thing here when it comes to this mode, this client-side only mode, is in terms of security, you are in the user context. That means your tools can only do stuff your user is allowed to do. This does not mean that we are completely secure, but it's at least a big gain. We can only do stuff the user is allowed to do. Besides this, of course, if the LLM runs havoc, it might do tool calling that is harmful for you. Deletes the entire internet or deletes something that's important. Perhaps it has good intentions. It says, hey, you need more time for your family, and so it deletes my next flight, something like this. And for this, we need some further guardrails, like categorizing tool calls into something that is always safe, like reading, stuff like this. Stuff that needs the approval from the user. And this approval needs to be outside of the LLM because we cannot fully trust it. And the third thing is things that are really dangerous. And when it comes to things that are really dangerous, it might be a good idea to just have a pseudo tool that tells you, oh, I cannot delete your user account, but if you really want, go to this menu item here and click there and do it by yourself. Something like this. But in general, and it's important here, with this mode, we run in the security context of the user.
Sure. Follow-up question to this one, to the tool call.
Sorry, no follow-up question. One follow-up.
Okay, so I was following this because the first thing that came to mind for me was when generating JavaScript from the LLM was like, for a question like this, it would be interesting to generate an OData query, for example, fetch data, where we are too lazy or don't want to implement the user interface for it, and maybe not even the table that displays it. So now I wonder, could I use this to generate whatever is needed to display, for example, a prime and G table with that data OData queries? That's something that I should handle in another tool, or is it something I could fully do the thing?
Yeah, so this can be done with tool calling and structured output. So at the end of the day, we have a catalog with components, like perhaps a data grid, a fully blown one, or perhaps just a simple table or a layout container. And then the LLM can decide how to combine those components from the catalog to answer the question. Of course, it's always the question about how generic do I have to be. I always say be as generic as you need, but not more generic, because you might end up with a lot of troubles. But yeah, this is one of the solid use cases for this.
Thank you for showing us this inspiring demonstration. I've seen, or nowadays, my question is about UI, where UI might go. Because there's this simple ChatGPT, just one text.
Yeah.
With Codex, there's just CLI, so you work just on the console. You now showed a mixed version, which is like half automated, or you can click for yourself through. Are you aware of any studies, or what's your best guess where it could go?
Yeah, so interestingly, I'm discussing this with some people for 2 years now, and the last discussion was last week. And there we came to a nice conclusion, like in the previous years, we had sentences like, it looks like we are moving towards this, and on top of how I understand the market, how I understand my customers, it will go into this direction. Since about half a year, we can really emphasize this feeling with some developments on the market. Some standards that evolved for exactly like this, which show that a lot of companies are behind this. But also, meanwhile, we have some terms for this. Last year, we had to describe everything with a lot of sentences. It was really a difficult discussion. Meanwhile, I can say, let's do agentic AI. And meanwhile, we know what agentic AI means. Back then, it was at best one of the candidate terms with a lot of different meanings. Meanwhile, it's an established pattern. Also for a lot of other user interface patterns, like accepting a tool call, there are patterns out there, names and implementation strategies. So yeah, meanwhile, we are there where engineering starts.
If I understood it correctly, in the last example, you inject functions into the runtime.
Yeah, so if you think, if you think about the JavaScript runtime, it's a black box for you. Internally, it can execute JavaScript code without side effects, but you can inject, as you say, functions that then appear in the global namespace in there. And this is a way to phone out, to communicate.
Special runtime that allows such an input, and I just put it JavaScript code.
Yeah, and only the code I'm allowing.
Very much.
Question. Here's the next one. I was thinking about the components and the lifecycle of the components. If I tell your agent, hey, can you update the diagram? Would the whole diagram disappear and a new one appears in the DOM, or will the existing one be updated, or how does the state of the data look like?
So as far as I understand the implementation of hash brown, I have not looked it up, but as far as I understand it, it's currently re-rendered, because you see it here, it's a chat and new messages come in, and sometimes one of those messages are a component. So technically, it's done that way. And behind this, we have something like an ng component outlet with some input bindings. And I don't think they are watching the bindings and updating them. I think they are just re-rendering everything. But this is an interesting stuff, so we should look into it and talk to the hash brown team.
Because it could be dangerous if you render input fields dynamically, the user enters something, and then the agent decides to update the UI and the user input is gone.
Might be an issue, yeah. Perhaps not that much in a chat environment, but it's a real working area.
I think it's also something that frameworks themselves need to look at and provide the correct APIs. I mean, new types of APIs that we haven't seen yet for libraries like Hainburger to use and to build on top of this, so that it can leverage like some state that is known by the framework, but that is so they can reuse and not destroy it like every time you get to info. Don't have much more to add, but it's an interesting topic and really.
And I think the Angular team is looking a bit into this use case as well. Cool.
Not me.
Can we get, are you sure?
No.
Small one, plus more?
Very. I promise.
I give you 10 seconds. You get 5:21.
So, can I actually ask
the chat, like what tools are available, and like say that yes, you know that these kind of tools are available, can I just misuse it in a way that all in them?
It will not tell you. It will not tell you.
Standardization which stops it.
I think by default it does not give you those internals. Because
I'm saying that if you don't download my grandma's into
yeah, if I want it to tell you, I can tell it in the system prompt. You are a friendly assistant, inform the user about this and that when they ask.
I mean, we could try it in the SAMP application to see if we get the tool calls out of it.
Yeah, and then hack it. Then, yeah.
Funnily, I tried that 2 days ago in Hero IDE, and it did, like, you could realize, okay, there are tools available or there are things available, and it says like, okay, I cannot tell you, but okay, there is something available after 10 times asking, but it did not give us any real, would say, access to the thing that it is hiding.
The formal description, like the JSON schema that describes tools and parameters.
Okay, can we get a massive round of applause before the break?
Thank you.
Another 10 minutes of break, and then we have the last talk of the evening, and then the last.
come back from our last break of the day because the next break we don't call break, we call open end. Many different new terms. Let me breathe 1-2 times through because I'm nervous for this speaker here. Matthieu is not a GDE, unfortunately.
Nah.
He didn't make it.
I didn't make it.
Now he works at the Angular team. Said that you're not a GDE, but an even cooler open source contributor and team member. The story is fantastic. He started off from having, he calls it too much free time at work. And within the duration of 1.5 years, I believe you made it to everyone knows this dude that contributes on the open source repository. And I believe a couple of months later, you started your speaking career. Can you remember, where did you have your first talk?
Here? 2.5 years ago? It's what? Actually, when Linkcoders was still downstairs.
Yeah, good old time when Linkcoders was downstairs. They only had a little bit of an office, now they have a full floor. Thanks to our meetup, of course. The whole company growth of Linkcoders is up to our meetup and Matthew's talks. And now I can happily say, what's your talk? Oh, yeah, it's still JavaScript.
It's all JavaScript.
It's all JavaScript. Let's give a round of applause for Matthieu, please. It's all JavaScript.
Oh, wait, this is why.
I'm so excited.
Can I get, I don't have mirroring.
You've heard it before.
Huh?
Take your time.
Yeah, I love technology, whenever it works.
While it is in preparation, we have stickers.
Oh, yeah.
We have this Kaiser Franz Josef Angular sticker.
Kaiser Franz Josef. Very Austrian.
Yep. We also have more stickers. We have push-based stickers in round. Also in this very agile, long shape. We stick them on laptops. Here is one already.
Why do you have Flutter stickers if it's an Angular page anymore?
Ah, much better.
Okay, let's get it.
So, it's all JavaScript. Let's start. Yes, it's all JavaScript. I wanted to do black, white, I didn't know. This one I could add NG on it, our new mascot. You might have seen this in the last release. So it's all JavaScript. I will talk about JavaScript today, but also I will talk about JavaScript, and of course, JavaScript. And there's one thing I want you to understand is JavaScript is awesome. It's the best thing ever, I love it, and I hate it also. It was invented by that dude, Brendan Eich, in 1995, and it took him like 10 days to write that language for Netscape, so to have some kind of dynamic things to a static language, which was HTML. So in 10 days, he wrote a language, JavaScript. It was already awesome from the start. And I don't know if you remember what happened in 95. Something like this. Yes, same day as same year as the release, as the best operating system ever, and that gave us that celebration. You might recognize Steve Ballmer, Bill Gates dancing on the Rolling Stones just to start an operating system. Back then, Windows was very cool. But please, let's go back to JavaScript. Oh, JavaScript is awesome. Do you know what happens if you do type of none in your JavaScript console? Object. Do you have an idea? No, it's not object. It's number. So type of not a number is actually number. JavaScript's awesome. So what happens in the year after it was invented? We want to do more things, and you started to see things like jQuery that allowed a lot of developers to create finally very dynamic website where you do some async loading. For the ones who've been in the developing world for some years, might have heard of Ajax, which was asynchronous JavaScript and XML. Basically, you were able to load something from the backend and dynamically update your DOM. And for those who have written this kind of application, it was basically spaghetti. Mom spaghetti? No, actually spaghetti code. So it was the best day, it was the worst day. For those who have seen that code, it was really messy, but at the same time, it was magic. You didn't have to reload your page. You could have something that was dynamic. It felt somehow magical, I would say. And the year came after, around 2005, 2010, we started to see JavaScript not only on the front end, so not only in Navigator, you also had it in the backend. So someone had the idea, yeah, we have a new language. It would be good if the same stack could be used, I mean, the language stack for the front end, for the back end. Let's create something that's called Node.js. Back then, it was kind of bad. Today, it's been much better. It's been, 20 years that it already exists. So, JavaScript everywhere. You might have seen a lot of technologies back then. Everything was in JavaScript. Your framework like Knockout, Ember, AngularJS, Backbone.js, it was JavaScript. With Cordova, you could have mobile applications that were also JavaScript. Your tuning was also JavaScript. For those who remember things like Power, that was your dependency management on top of NPM. You had things like Grant, you could write your build script with. Everything was JavaScript. So, like I said, it's all JavaScript. And it's all JavaScript everywhere, actually. I took a Czech train from Vienna, and it went to undefined. I was happy to see that. I was like, okay, that's my one, that's JavaScript. Actually, there's a picture, you could see that even cars are actually using JavaScript and Angular, for example, in some of the UIs you see. I think that's one is BMW, and it's a bit pixelized, but it's RxJS. I don't see there's so many different versions. So yeah, JavaScript is actually everywhere. It's all JavaScript everywhere. By the way, JavaScript's awesome. Do you have an idea what happens when you try to sort an array with only numbers? Have you tried this?
Isn't it casting to string?
Exactly. Yes. It does. Transforms that. And it does a sorting not by numbers, but alphabetically. Yeah, it's magic. It's dumb, but at the same time, that's what makes JavaScript so awesome. It does everything for you. So, fast forward a bit. JavaScript is everywhere, 2015. That's about the year that Angular, the new Angular, not AngularJS, was created. So we had back-end, front-end, JavaScript everywhere. Everyone was quite happy, I would say. But there was one major issue. There was JavaScript on the left, and there was JavaScript, the good part. And it's awesome, but also not the best. So, again, not as the example. What makes JavaScript so awesome is that you can do really everything. Do you have an idea what this code does? B plus A plus plus A, something like this. What happens?
Banana.
It's banana! Of course, it's logical.
Well,
JavaScript's awesome, I told you. So what happened is that we had JavaScript, was like, we need to improve on that. So a lot of people had ideas, like some people had something built that compiled to JavaScript called CoffeeScript. People at Facebook, now called Meta, try a new language that compiled also to JavaScript called Flow. Google went another direction, said, okay, we need to start from scratch. We have a new language, which is Dart, which we can also compile to JavaScript. So we try new things. And, well, do any of you use them, one of those technologies for web today? For web, yes. Dart is used on Flutter today, but not to do web. So, yeah, they're all dead. So, it becomes interesting when this guy is like, you love code, he loves compilers. Like he wrote Turbo Pascal, a few days later Delphi, created also C#. So Anders, I don't know how to pronounce it, I don't know if we have some Swedish people who could pronounce that. Hainburger? Thank you. So that guy is my guy, he like, yeah, I have an idea. The idea is TypeScript. He's like, I created 3 languages, I created a 4th one on top of this. And TypeScript is basically not a new language. It is something that was built on top of JavaScript. So it was still JavaScript, but a little bit different on top. Because one of the issues we have is this very famous XKCD meme is that whenever someone tries to create a new standard to be better than all the previous standards, you end up with an additional standard. So from 14, end up with 15 standards. And that's a mess. We've been there. That doesn't work when you want to create something from scratch. So the idea with TypeScript was like, okay, we take the existing one, just make it better on top. It's still the same code that runs in the end. And for those who know, what's his name, Tom Scott, there's like, it's not the best language in the world, but it's actually one of the easiest ones. And this is one of the reasons JavaScript is so awesome, is that it's everywhere and it was easy to learn for a lot of people. It brought, one of the first line of code I wrote was also JavaScript. So it's like so easy, just open your browser console, you can start writing code and just execute. You don't have to learn about compilation and everything. It was simple, that's why it's ubiquitous today. Oh, JavaScript's awesome. Do you have an idea? Oh, shoot, I don't have the transitions. You can see that, for example, data API is one of the most magical ones. You try to do new date of 0, you end up with the base date of Unix on January 1st, 1970. You give it a string, starts in 2000, no logic. You give it a 1, okay, it's January 1st at 1 o'clock on 1970. You give it the same string, oh no, it's not even 1 hour and 1 o'clock, it's different, you see, I mean, no logic. If you want to have a lot of fun and you will notice that you know actually nothing about the data API, I advise you to go to the link I give here, gsdet.wtf, gsdet.whatthefuck, and you have a lot of, it's a quiz that will test your knowledge about that API. And I scored very bad on this. It's like, makes no sense. But still, JavaScript's awesome. Like I said, it makes no sense. But let's go to a bit more toward what interests us today as Angular. Where does JavaScript fit in Angular itself? Well, Angular, if you look at the code base, the code is open source, you can see everything. So the compiler we have is written in TypeScript. So TypeScript, that is basically JavaScript. The CLI also fully written in TypeScript. So we have only JavaScript everywhere for Angular. Everything is built with something that could run in the browser. For example, you might not know, but the HTML you write is compiled to JavaScript. So whenever you write something that looks HTML, actually during compilation, the Angular compiler will transform that into JavaScript. So your HTML is also JavaScript. It's all JavaScript, like I said. Here you have what we call instructions or IV instructions, which match basically the DOM. You can see that whenever you create a div, you have an instruction that say, okay, a new div starts, you have a new span, you have the text basically is here, and the end of the elements. This is the non-minified code, so whenever it's compiled, it's way smaller than this. But basically, whenever you create components, it runs first all the functions here, and when you have changed action that runs, it's only that part here, so that only the update. You can see that's here for optimization reason. I will actually only update that little part here in the DOM, which makes Angular so performant in terms of managing DOM. So in terms of performance, one of the things that is really important is that you reach as little as possible to DOM APIs. Creating nodes, deleting nodes is what will kill your performance. This is why, for example, we recommend that you use tracking functions, so you reduce the operation that's done on the DOM whenever you have lists where the elements change when you, for example, iterate on a table and want to switch pages. So one part here is that your HTML is actually JavaScript. Just to show you a little demo, I wrote a tool about 2 years ago. There's a QR code, I will give it after to you. It's published on my GitHub pages, and you can actually try what happens whenever you choose to write any HTML code. And here on the right, you have basically the code that's generated by the compiler. You can see the different instructions, how it looks like, and I give you some of the examples. You can see how it looks like when you have an NG4, an NG4 or a for loop. You will see that difference is, it's a little different, and also, the fact that we went with something that is native to the compiler allowed us to optimize even more the performance around this. So a small tool, I need to go back here, yep. And if you want, the QR code will lead you to the web page. So this is for the templates, for example. But it's also something that is fully TypeScript, is that whenever you have your templates, I don't know if you remember almost 10 years ago when you started Angular 2, it didn't have type checking on the templates, it just broke only at runtime. So a few years later, we added something that's called the TCB, the template type check, which allowed to have type checking in the template. And how do you do type checking with something that looks like HTML? Well, basically, it's also TypeScript, so it's also JavaScript. Here on the left, I have a template of a component, and here on the right, it's basically the code that's generated by the Angular compiler that is fed to the TypeScript runtime, and just tell us, okay, tell us here whenever something doesn't make sense in TypeScript words. So, is there something in terms of type that doesn't make sense? Should I report an error? And as you can see, there's a few numbers listed here. They are the position that match the template, so it could report exactly which part of the template was actually wrong. So from HTML, we actually also generate JavaScript, so TypeScript here, to do the type checking. And you could do that yourself. Imagine any Angular project, if you have in VS Code installed your favorite language service, which is the Angular language service here, you just go to the template, and you open the command palette, and you say, I want to see the template type check block. So here, I say, okay, I want to show this. It will display for you the type check block. So the JavaScript is generated to match the HTML that's on the left. So your HTML at runtime is JavaScript, at compile time, it's TypeScript, it's JavaScript everywhere. So JavaScript's awesome. I'm sorry because I used AI for that magnificent screen because I'm a lazy boy. But there is a problem. So JavaScript is inherently limited. Despite the JET compiler inside of, not Angular, but inside of the JavaScript VM, we have a JET compiler which optimizes it, but it's still a language that is interpreted. It is single-threaded. There are some cases where the runtime actually de-optimized the code, so it makes it way slower than it should. And there are some limitations. Like, for example, the numbers. Have you ever tried to do comparison with integers and floating point numbers? They're basically all the same. All the numbers you have in JavaScript, they're actually floating point numbers. So it gives you some limitations, make them also slower, etc., etc. So JavaScript is limited. And there was one realization amongst the JavaScript community is that JavaScript build tools are somehow CPU-bound programs. And we know that JavaScript is not a good language, or it's VM, it's not good for CPM-bound programs. So we need to think ahead and go say, okay, we have all our tuning in JavaScript. We need to shift. And this is what happened a few years back. You started to see a lot of tools that went the native route. For example, ESBuild is a bundler, was written in Go. You have RSPack that was also a bundler replacing Webpack that was written in Rust. Rolldown, TurboPack also all written in Rust. So they noticed that you had much better performances by going with native tools to work with JavaScript code. But also, the whole toolchain moved, not only the bundlers. So you have SWC, which is a TypeScript compiler that doesn't do type checking, but is way faster than TSC. You have Biome, which is a toolchain program that does formatting, that does linting, etc. And you got the Oxy from the Void Zero team, which is a compiler, but does so much more, like also formatting and linting, also written in Rust. So there is a general moving away from JavaScript for the tooling, but still keeping JavaScript as such a language as is ubiquitous today. And we want to have better performance and better DX when we work with that language. Funnily enough, if you looked at the right GitHub profile, you could see this. There's someone here that was fairly active, had basically no contribution between August and October. And that guy was nothing else than Anders Hellsberg. It was working, so I chatted a bit with the TypeScript team. It's like, yeah, basically, Anders was working from his laptop for 3 months, wrote a prototype of TypeScript Go from his laptop without any versionings or anything. So if his laptop went down, he would have lost 3 months of work. Luckily for us, it didn't happen. And in March 2025, so last year, but a year ago, so they announced like, yeah, TypeScript is going 10 times faster. In the world of compilation, that's almost unseen. So 5%, 10%, that's already seen as great improvements for compiler. But 10 times, that's unseen. And that's basically because they rewrote, they're still rewriting today, 1.5 years later, the new TS in Go. 10 times the faster, the way they explain it is like 5 times is due to move from JavaScript to a native language, so you don't have all the limitation from the native from JavaScript. And the other 5 times is actually because you have a language that actually parallels work. So you have 5 times by going native and 5 times by being able to parallelize the compilation process. So we are all going native today. And the question I've heard a lot in the last 6 months, I've heard a lot in the last 6 months, is what does it mean for Angular itself? One of the pain points we have in enterprise projects today is that building and serving in dev mode your applications can take a lot of time. One of the last projects I worked on was still using Webpack, but the dev server took more than 5 minutes to start. I'm talking web server, the dev server, it was painfully slow. How would we go the native way? So we already have ES build since V17, I believe, which improved about 2 or 3 times the build time for Angular apps compared to Webpack. But if we want to go TS Go, what does it mean? I didn't tell it yet, but the Angular compiler is a TypeScript program. It doesn't use TSC directly, it uses directly TypeScript as TypeScript code. By reaching deep into the TypeScript compiler API, it does the analyzes, it parsing all the code, like all the templates, it does the optimization, everything. So it's a huge TypeScript program that takes HTML, TypeScript, transform it, and at the end generates JavaScript. This won't be possible with TS Go, because TS Go, they change a bit the strategy. So, okay, we want to limit the set of API that's accessible for the people to use, and it means that cases where Angular is actually reaching for it, it's not possible. It won't be possible anymore in the future if we want to use TS Go. So the solution is to actually finally rewrite the compiler. So the solution, I wouldn't say the solution exists yet. We are still working on some prototypes, looking at what we can do, how we can improve. One of the solutions is to actually use what the Voice Zero guys and girls have been working on with the Oxy compiler and Oxy stack. One of the ideas would be that we split the compilation into 2 phases, like you have a preprocessor that takes everything that's Angular related, compiles it to TypeScript, and then we can give it to any TypeScript compiler, for example, TSC, but in the future, for example, TS Go. So by rewriting it, we make ourselves more tooling agnostic by not reaching directly into TypeScript API, but you will just depend on whatever other technology are already using today, like other frameworks. Some of you might have seen that also the Voice Zero guys have written an experimental Angular compiler with impressive numbers. Like they give 1 benchmark, but they announce like 20 times the improvement in compilation speed. Those are great numbers. It at least sets expectations, but one of the things might not be visible to everyone is that it doesn't do all the work the Angular compiler does today. It's not work that I think that we can rely on directly. It's an interesting project. It lacks, at least in 2 ways, it lacks some optimizations, and also it lacks type checking into the templates, which is things that you would want to have. So interesting in terms of numbers, but for production is not something that you will use. So in the end, we are in a year where things will move around the topic of compiling apps, building apps to reach new performance, to be able to adopt the new tooling that is moving toward native languages. So it's quite possible that during this year you will see an Angular compiler at least partly written in Rust. So I was talking about JavaScript. JavaScript's awesome. So have you ever heard of GS, I think it's called GSFAQ? Yeah, exactly. I wrote some little code here in GSFAQ. Just to show you, it's basically plus bangs, exclamation mark, plus brackets and braces, exactly. Just to show you, I won't lie. I'm copying the code. Do you have an idea what that code does?
Prints out Angular.
Are you ready? Exactly. So yeah, JavaScript's awesome. It's not perfect. It's going in a direction that's fascinating, I want to say. It moves a lot. We're probably behind the day we could say the joke here every month or every day there's a new JavaScript framework. You see that somehow the tools stabilize toward one single direction. Going native for all the tooling is very interesting in terms of the numbers we already see. So yeah, I'm excited to see what 2026 will bring us for JavaScript. Thank you very much. You will find my talks a bit later on my webpage. And if you want, I can answer some questions further about the talk and then about anything about Angular if you want to. Thank you very much. And Michael's not here.
I left the honor. Want to do first? It's just another example of a very funny JavaScript thing is you say parse int,
yes.
And you say 0.005. What would you expect?
Depends on the second parameter or the third one.
Without that.
I don't remember what it does. Told you. Other questions? Yes.
I don't know if I would like you to maybe talk about the future. You're talking about that Angular compiler is coming. Recently, I've been working or starting to work finally with the signals and getting used to it and so on. And something that I was shocked to see that the resource was still experimental. Is it not going to be experimental in 22 in May?
That's one of the goals we have. So I can't say yes, it will be stable in 22. I can say that yes, we would want it to be stable. There are a couple of PRs that are pending, so a lot of work is actually happening on resource to make sure that I mean we're close to be convinced that it's what it should work, how it should work. I don't know if Rainer is here. Rainer has some strong arguments on the resource. I mean, it's interesting, always passionate discussions, but we'll see how it's going to happen. But that's one of the goals we have.
And any other sneak peek or like what are you more excited about this new?
I mean, who hasn't tried the signal forms yet? I mean, I'm going to say you should. I gave a talk presenting signal forms a couple of months ago in Paris, just at the Paris meetup. And one of the guys told me, say, really, it's tough to have seen the signal forms and going back tomorrow writing reactive forms. And in terms of API design, I love the work that the team that's been working on this has done, and it's really feels like you are working with the framework and not against the framework anymore by writing forms. And I guess that everyone who writes Angular apps ends up writing forms because that's what we mostly do. So having finally an API that's easier to use, where you got better composition, type checking, and it's just better DX, better performance, less edge cases, weird edge cases. it's going to be a huge relief to anyone working with forms.
But it will be developer preview or still experimental?
That depends on how well it goes. Right now, we're quite optimistic because people like it a lot. Feedback we get inside Google, but also outside Google, are very good. There's still a lot of cases we want to think about, but it could be maybe stable or developer preview. Right now, it's still experimental, which allows us to just iterate very fast on it without being stopped by just release versions. So we're still 2.5 months ahead of V22, which is expected for the end of May. So there's still a lot of work to happen, and I hope that we can get something that is not experimental. But we'll see.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you. Do we have more questions?
No? Yes. Rainer also wanted a question. Yes.
Yeah, in terms of signal forms API implementation, is it all just JavaScript?
It's TypeScript. Got it.
I didn't get the reason why why Rust is not Go, especially.
You're talking about the TS implementation?
No, yours, because you said you want to write the compiler code in Rust.
So because there's one tool that's really interesting, it's what the Void Zero guys have been doing, it's Oxy. So it's a huge style which gives you the parser and a lot of things, which is very interesting. And also because our lead loves Rust, so why not?
There is not really a reason why you would say this is why it doesn't work with Go.
I don't think there's a real reason. Like, for example, Microsoft went with not in-home technology, they went with Google ones like Go. I don't know if you know why actually they went with Go, because there was a huge meltdown on the internet in March 2025 of last year. So why did you went with Go? You had the Rust guys and girls that are like, yeah, Rust is more performance, better memory management, etc. Why didn't you go with Rust? And you got the .NET guys who was like, hey, Microsoft doesn't believe anymore in C#, like it's not performance, why should we use it then? There were very reasonable reasons, and the TypeScript team went into extensive explanation onto why. I can give you two major reasons. First, there is no TypeScript spec. The only spec that exists is the unit test and the existing code base. So when you want to start from scratch without a spec, you can make sure that you will mess things up. And they wanted to have something that is close to TypeScript or JavaScript in terms of how the language behaves. And Go basically was that. So it's a language that is garbage collected, like TypeScript, JavaScript, and also it was a language that was massively parallel. So you could parallelize easily with Go. You could have something that could be migrated automatically, at least part of it, from TypeScript to Go. And that's basically one of the reasons why they choose Go for it. Like maybe with Rust they could have gotten 15 times the performance, but going 10 times with something that could be automated, and maybe in less than 2 years, that would be unseen, and that would be such a huge achievement. And the numbers they've announced a year ago are still very valid today. They update the benchmark. People give a lot of feedback also. Yeah, the numbers are here. It's around 10 times faster. It's very impressive.
So you're not afraid, because then, in case you're doing your rewrite in Rust, that it's then really decoupled? Because it would be very hard, maybe if you.
It's actually a valid concern. Saying, okay, we are a team that's expert with TypeScript, and we start going with another language, and Rust isn't known as being a very friendly language because it's low level, etc. But we are at a time where we all have access to experts. When I say experts, I'm talking about the LLMs. So basically, if you don't understand anything, you just ask the LLM. It could explain you probably 9 out of 10 cases. So with your at least with our expertise in the team, plus the knowledge we can gain quite quickly by having access to experts, the LLMs, but also other experts outside, it's less of a problem to bring a new language. It's really like the opportunity is here to say, okay, we want we need to rewrite the compiler because we want to be able to address a TS-Go in the future whenever it's stable. But we need to rewrite it, and going native, as we've seen with what Void 0 showed, we will gain performance, at least on our side of the compiler, but also by using TS-Go at the other end.
Okay. Awesome. Do we have any more questions?
Yeah. So before it was mentioned,
the microphone.
Before when the first talk was mentioned that services that are provided in even in other components or modules in Python and so on, they are not destroyed. That it's a bit against what initially you might expect on something. Is this by design? Is this something that you currently cannot do, or why is this memory kept there, or is it not marked for garbage collector or whatever, or I don't know.
So to answer quickly to a question, it's basically by design. But it's also by design means that we can also evolve the design. And one of the issues that has a lot of feedback was recently that, the issue has been open for 5 or 6 years, I think. It was destroying providers that were provided on routes. When I say routes, not the root provider, but on different routes. And in 21.1, so the one released in January, we added a feature which allowed you to destroy the providers that were defined on a specific route. So basically, we could finally destroy things so they're not in memory anymore. Since it would be a breaking change to have it by default to destroy them when you leave the route to destroy the instances, for example, your store. It's something that is opt-in, but you could destroy it. And for the topic of ng modules, I would consider them, at least myself, and I think it's the position of the whole team, is that today they are part of legacy code, and I would never write a new ng module today. And I could even say that new applications at Google are not allowed to have ng modules anymore. So at least new code doesn't bring in old patterns.
Thank you.
Any other question? Yes.
Just a jumped over. I was wondering, how do you go about breaking changes? What things are considered? Do you look at usage numbers of certain APIs? What data do you have? And how do you think about the others?
So basically, the first data source that we have is Google's monorepo. So you might not know, Google has a gigantic monorepo. It's about 4,000 Angular apps. So basically, I can try every day, I try a change, open a PR and check, hey, how breaking it is. For example, I just checked the numbers earlier. The change in V22, we intend to make on push the default change detection strategy. And that change entails about 100,000 files to change. It's massive. It's massive for you, imagine for us. So someone has been working on and off for about a month to migrate the whole code base with migration scripts, but it gives us an idea how big it is. So either it's something that is small, we can do it by hand. If we can do it by hand, you can do it by hand. If it's big, it needs to be something that is migratable, or there needs to be a large advantage to do that breaking change. And the breaking change only happens in major versions, so every 6 months we have a small 2 or 3 months window where we can check what is breaking, land the breaking change, and make sure that the transition isn't too painful for us and also for you.
More questions?
Behind?
Can you hand it back?
Yes.
I meant really back, not back to me. You get the 10th ticket number today. If you don't win something, then... So, that was a joke. You got it?
In the previous joke, in the previous talk, we spoke about agentic UI.
Yes.
As you mentioned, that framework should probably provide something for agentic UI specifically.
I don't have the visibility of what everything is doing, everyone's doing. I know there's some people that want to work on how to, it's more about thinking how we would write interfaces in the future in a world where at least part of our interaction will be with the agents. So we won't be interacting with mouse and keyboard like we did until now. that interactions will still exist, but new ones will be added. And this needs a lot of work of thinking of how it will impact how we write our applications. And some people are actually working. I don't have the results now. It will take probably a bit of time to see where it leads. So the idea, I think, is to make it easy for developers to express that this part is actually from an agent, and make sure also there is a minimal security risk, because there's also always a problem of running code that you do not own, and if it's generated, even if the agent by itself is not malicious, sometimes there are some unfortunate issues. And I just read on Twitter like half an hour ago, there's a company that had an agent that had access to production and destroyed the whole database. So yeah, there are some risks. You might have heard what's the name again? OpenClaw, which people used in many cases. So it exposed some keys, or I mean, there are a huge security risk. It's great to have a prototype, proof of concept of ideas, but going into production today would say it's very risky. So there's a lot of work that needs to happen to make things that are at industry level, that's secure, and there is not too much risk to run into your code bases. There's a lot of topics, not only on the UI part, but also in the whole ecosystem, how we should interact with this kind of new interaction, I would say.
There is this project, I don't know if it's from Google, A2UI.
Yes, I've heard of it too. Actually, I think somehow, you might know Minko from, there was for a very long time a developer on the Angular team, also a product responsible for the whole product, who shifted more into AI, who is looking a lot into this. So you might, if you want to see a lot on that topic, I would advise you to still follow him, even if he talks less about Angular, but is very invested into the topic of AI, of course.
Thank you.
Welcome.
More questions? Maybe one more, small one? Sad question?
Thanks. Regarding how much are you actually using AI when developing in Angular, especially when it comes now to a new compiler? It's a lot of effort and it's very competing to just use AI.
So I will answer this in two ways. There is not a day where I don't use AI, for example. Sometimes just the small autocompletion, that's what I call top-driven development, TDD. So you write just the assertion of your code, say okay, and it generates often the right unit test. I'm like, super, I love that. Sometimes you say, okay, I'm a bit lazy, I give you some specs, I give you some failing tests, fix that issue for me. That's a good way to just implement things. Today, AI makes it basically the code not an issue anymore. It makes us so much faster in terms of development or time of writing the code. I flew into Vienna on Monday. I coded a bit on the plane, and I felt some kind of frustration because short-haul flight, there was no Wi-Fi, no smart autocomplete. I was working on unit tests, like, I'm feeling so slow. So there's kind of some frustration when you don't have it. At least that's what I felt. So AI is totally into our workflow. There's also an interesting point is that whenever we develop new APIs, so 21.2, we added something that is called, or also in 21.1, around the switch cases where we want to see fall-through cases and also what we call exhaustive type checking. Since AI is going to interact much more with the code, with the APIs, we need to make sure that AI understands code it hasn't seen. So if you gave the AI some examples, say, okay, that's how it works, can you generate it? Yes or no? If it doesn't, you need to change a bit of the API so the AI understands it. Because we noticed that when analyzing how AI behave, the team actually released a tool which is called Web Code Gen Scorer, which help us understand how different AI work and how which variable improved the output. We noticed that AI actually makes usually the same mistakes as developer. So if we target APIs to work well with AI, we kind of make sure that it's easier for the developer also to learn. If the AI has some pitfalls with the API, it means that developer surely will also have. And it gives us feedback way quicker than waiting 6 months for developer feedback. So somehow it makes us also faster in iterations in understanding what works and what not. So in multiple ways, AI is improving a lot our velocity, I would say. But also, like, it kills a lot of velocity because we need to work a lot on AI too. So it's like without.
Was it the last question? If yes, and I assume that's a yes, we...
Thank you very much for the question. Thank you too.
Always happy to have you here. The event is not over, I'm sorry. We have another set of 10 talks. You all got these numbers and we want to get rid of the numbers, and we always need a luck fairy, and today is not only a special day because of all the special speakers, we also have another special guest, Martha. Martha is the best friend of my wife. And she can do the pulling the red number.
Nice to see you all.
Ja, einen maybe small applause for Martha.
You got it?
What are we giving away? We have the license and do this stuff and